audio goes. So maybe it's because everyone's a little far away from your laptop, but you should be able to hear me. The YouTube stream is working too. Yeah. It should be the same as Zoom though, so it should be exactly the same in terms of audio and video.
We're here for all girls.
Sure.
I just want to.
Yeah, it's hard. Okay.
That's
What's that?
It's thank you. Okay.
Is that the mic that's going to be used? I checked it out, and it should live stream catching it.
I guess
We're fine. Hey.
it's very nice, gentle. Let's search for a bag at the yeah. Yeah, the back.
That's Miriam, can you hear me? That's can you hear me on the live stream? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Oh, sound.
So that just exciting open more, so then I show that we you might have stuff.
But when you're using the mic. But it's like
That's fine, yeah, we don't want to move back and forth.
maybe for the first couple minutes, I'll be outside and make sure. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, you're totally fine. No, it's fine.
too much.
We're doing our job.
Yeah.
Here's a student and they've already started.
It looks great.
That's for you.
Yeah, like lighting.
Yeah. It's just traversing through the internet.
How did that? It's just like.
Like even square with something.
Grab a cup of coffee.
Okay, great. It's on there for you, Barry. So Freddie.
Great.
No, it's there's the house of the 60s 20 minutes. 5 points above. I'm sure. Yeah. Says the hearing for his new function of different. We can't.
Thank you.
He's free now.
Right, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's.
So, you good? How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right. Hard to see you anymore. Are you gonna stick around for this one?
No, I'll go back to.
If people at the back could kind of make your way down and find a seat, we will be starting shortly. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to MiniCon 2025. My name is Kayla, and today I'll be your MC. MiniCon is one of our most prized traditions in this department, and it's a time for all areas to check in and, most importantly, see all the exciting research that the second years have to share with us. Before getting started, we will be hearing from our fearless leader, our chair, Mary Haggerty, about some opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MiniCon. So I believe this is the 37th MiniCon that I've attended. Because it's been going on that long, I don't know when it started. And it really is one of my favorite events of the year. And there's several reasons for this. One, as Kayla just said, it's one of the few times when the whole department comes together and we learn about research going on in all of the different areas and all the different labs of the department. I've been doing a lot of exit interviews recently with people who are finishing up, and I know a number of people have mentioned that it's one of their favorite events as well. So I honestly feel we should have more things like this. Second, the talks are always of extremely high standard. So no pressure, second years, we're expecting you to keep up the tradition this year. Another reason is that it's an occasion, more generally when we recognize and celebrate the graduate students. And while the focus this year is on the second years, I want to take some time to talk a little bit more about the graduate students in general. And really thank you for all you do for the department. You're really, you're the backbone of the department. You're the ones that are in the labs doing the research. You're teaching our students in your sections. You're mentoring the undergrads and even helping with the administration of the department. I sometimes think about what my role is as a faculty member, especially as I got more senior, and I feel like more and more, if you think about a movie, how the movie industry, I feel more and more like I'm the producer and the director, and the grad students are the actors. They're the ones that are really doing all the work. So I really, I think we really appreciate everything that you do. You also help run the department, so I want to give a shout out to the executive, the graduate student executive committee that I've really enjoyed working with this year. All of you who have participated on the committees in the department. All those of you who involved in Access Grads. I know that's almost all of you, and especially the leaders who even got a grant from APA this year to fund the program. So let's have a round of applause for all the grad students. I also want to thank the third year students who put on this event today. It's always a wonderful professional event, and I can see it's the same again this year. So I want to thank all those students. And I want to congratulate all of the students who are graduating this year. We have a lot, which was great. I'm going to name them all. So some of them have already defended, others I believe will be finishing over the summer. And I'm sorry if I left anyone out, but the people that will be finishing in the next few months or have already finished are Connor Gibbs, Ben Gelbart, Pangchang Zhao, Bailey Immel, Shreya Sodhi, Liz Quinn Jensen, Sierra Fiesel, Vicky Papadakis, Paige Harris, Sarah Leslie, Sophie Peterson, Shravan Muraladaran, sorry, Shravan, Laura Huerta Sanchez, Maddie Kashyap, and Byron Johnson. So again, let's congratulate all our guys. I have one more congratulations that I want to say, which is to Carl and Lexi, who welcomed their new baby, Lillian Rose, on Tuesday. So okay, just to get to the serious part of my talk, I want to acknowledge that this year has been a very difficult one for us, and this is a difficult time for academia in general. People have had grants cancelled, foreign students are worried about having their visas revoked, and in general, we feel that higher education is under attack. And then in the middle of it all, we lost our dear friend Courtney Dirtle, who will be honored later today. So, I know that a lot of you are worried about the future, you're worried about funding, etc. And, I would be lying if I said, oh, I can reassure you and it's all going to be great. It's a very difficult time for us. But I do have some good news. So as the grad students may or may not know, we every year we're very careful in sort of, planning how many new students we're taking in. We first look to see, do we have funding for our existing students? And then, how much funding is available and how much is then, we can allocate to new students. And this year, we were actually, even though we did all that careful planning, things, we were thrown some loops that we didn't even know, like grants being cancelled. We did not anticipate that. But I'm glad to say that Chris and I have worked through the numbers, and there is funding to fund everybody through sixth year next year. So you can relax about that. Okay. First, obviously, prioritizing just getting everybody funded at 50% on either fellowship, TA, or GSR, and but we will be able to do that. And then just more generally, I've been thinking a lot about what we can do to resist the current threats to the university. And I mean, I can't say I have any great answers, but one thing that I try to remind myself every day about is like, what is the purpose of a what is the goal? What is the main purpose of a university? And the purpose of a university is, to create and disseminate knowledge. And my feeling, if I think about that every day, if I focus on those goals every day, and if we all do that, we're going to get through this. We're going to win, because that's what we're about. So that's the end of the serious part. So speaking of creating knowledge, then let's go ahead and hear about what knowledge the second year students have created in the last couple of years. And so we're going to hear about, as usual, the topics are really broad and really fascinating. So we're going to hear about how threat, anxiety, and arousal affect cognitive performance, how what happens when social injustices are framed as a type of violence, how sex steroid hormones regulate biological processes, including neuroplasticity, how reward predictive cues can influence decision making, how to prevent attentional lapses in real time, neural correlates of visual working memory in a blind person with a cortical visual prosthesis, how facial impressions of competence can affect election results, and how stress affects navigation performance and efficiency. So at this time, I'm ready to hand over to the second year students to tell us about their wonderful research.
All right, everyone, without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker of all the brilliant minds that we'll be hearing from today is none other than Shibu Shalat. Shibu is a man who wears many hats, including but not limited to attention researcher, Cinnabon annihilator, NASA scientist, and RuneScape entrepreneur. He hails from two labs, the Attention and Meta Labs, and he's a UCSB native, having attended here as an undergraduate, where he partially funded his way through college by leveling up his older brother's RuneScape character, which is a fantasy online game for the uninitiated, in exchange for money. Mr. Shalat, in his short career, has racked up an impressive list of accomplishments, including being awarded the NSF Graduate Research Fellowship and contributing to humanity's spacefaring ambitions with NASA, all the while being an undergrad here. He's named after the god of destruction, which might make sense after you see his baby picture. Or maybe this was taken right after he demolished his favorite food, a cinnamon roll, specifically, in his words, the melty gooey center. When you can't find him destroying cinnamon buns, he's ambushing friends with a flashlight on his film camera that is bright enough to signal passing aircraft, because nothing says attention research like forcibly becoming the center of it. Today, he'll be presenting his research on how attentional lapses make us vulnerable to distractions, and whether some distractions, like previously rewarding ones, might actually help bring us back on track. Now let's do our best to squash all distractions so we can pay attention to his talk. Please join me in welcoming Shibu to the podium.
Hello. Thanks, Kayla. Okay, so this is an experiment I'm presenting. And a lot of you guys know I like to study mind wandering. It's no surprise for many of you. The reason I like to study mind wandering is because it seems to be this thing that's kind of inherent to all of us. Despite our best intentions, we just tend to zone out at the worst possible times, right? And so if I were to take Neil's rhymer sitting over there, I would guess that today he's probably going to mind wander over 100 times, and over half of those times are going to be during my talk, which is okay. That's okay. But the consequences of mind wandering can be far and wide. You can imagine zoning out during a lecture and then you score a couple points lower on your exam. You could also imagine driving and you start daydreaming about your upcoming talk and you're all stressed and disheveled. And you collide into something, and that collision can actually put other people's lives at risk, but also your own life at risk. So it kind of begs the research question: how can we monitor attentional lapses in real time? How do attentional lapses, what are the consequences of those on other domains in cognitive psychology? And are there ways that we can kind of remedy the wandering mind? And so the way that researchers study this in the lab is they have them do this task called the sustained attention to response task. And so this task can be complicated in a billion different ways, as you'll see. But on each screen, they see the stimulus, this very frequent stimulus. So in this example, it's like a black square, and they have to hit a button for the black square. And so they keep hitting the black square over and over again, and it lulls them in this sort of like mindless, habitual state. And so what makes it a sustained attention task, though, is every once in a while there's a blue square that requires that they hit a different button. And so the idea is that if the lights were off, if you were mind wandering, and you weren't in sort of appropriately configured attentional state, you don't have the capacity to stop yourself from hitting the prepotent button for the black squares, and you make an error, and you press the wrong button for the blue square. So that's basically the behavioral task that people like to use, and they can change it up in all these different ways, as you've seen. I really like this task because it requires participants to respond to those frequent trials leading up to those critical rare trials. And so this is an example schematic of one participant's subset of trials in this kind of task. And it turns out people smarter than me have figured out a way, figured out that you can kind of infer fluctuations in participants' internal mental states based on their response time patterns leading up to those critical rare trial moments, right? And so in this task, when someone is going particularly fast relative to themselves, when their RT, their response time is kind of below one standard deviation from their own cumulative mean, that is considered like an instance of bad sustained attention. And when they're going particularly slow, the assumption is that they're kind of mindfully responding and they're more engaged, and they're in a good attentional state. And so this real-time triggering procedure is kind of adaptive to the people that are doing this task, which is why I really like it. And it provides this way to sort of separate attentional states really cleanly in real time, right? There's a lot of research suggesting that this real-time triggering procedure can predict before it happens different intuitive consequences of attentional lapses. So one is a commission error. That's basically when you hit the button when you weren't supposed to, like the blue or whatever. Reduced memory encoding. So if I present something to you during a bad attentive state relative to a good attentive state, you're less likely to remember that later on. So that's kind of intuitively connecting the dots between sustained attentional state and memory encoding. And not only that, but you can predict the subjective, reportable, phenomenological experience of task unrelated thinking with fast relative to slow triggers. So mind reading. Anyways, so to kind of show you how you can complicate this task to answer cool questions, you can show people a series of complex outdoor scenes, and you have them press a button based on whether it's outdoor or indoor. The rare trials basically when it's indoor, and in real time you can show them scenes that are later tested, right? And so a scene that's presented during one of those fast states relative to slow states is less likely to be recognized. So again, connecting the dots between the intuitive link between sustained attentional state at encoding and long-term memory encoding. Long-term memory. So the second thing is working memory encoding. So this one is cool. You see these little Rubik's Cube faces during those triggered events, and the demand here is to click the colors at those particular spaces. And so the idea is if you were mind wandering, if you have that kind of haze over your eye, you don't have that information available to report. And so they find that when your sustained attention is lapsing, your working memory actually tends to lapse as well. And but I know what you're thinking, same first author, how can we trust them? You know, who knows? It's awesome work, but come on, like, is it replicable? We replicated it in our own lab. And not only did we replicate it, we extended it by, like I said before, showing that you can predict ahead of time that subjective experience of deep mind wandering. And so this is all convergent evidence suggesting that the real-time triggering procedure can be used to capture fluctuations in sustained attention. So like I said, this all lies on the thesis that you can use this triggering to ask how attentional lapses affect other things in cognitive psychology. And what I want to ask here is how attentional capture by particular types of distractors, how the consequences of those distractors vary across your sustained attentional state. And so that was a whole new thing. So attentional capture can fall into one of three categories, right? So, and these should all sound kind of familiar. If I have you come into the lab and I tell you, please search for blue or whatever, blue is going to capture your attention just on the basis that it's kind of a part of your top-down search set or whatever, right? There's intentionality to your searching for blue. It can also be physical salience driven. So you can imagine like bright pink or a flash of red, right? Just the inherent salience of a particular shade relative to what's around it can capture your attention in sort of like bottom-up way. And that's cool and everything. But what's really cool to me is experience-dependent capture. So experience-dependent capture, you can imagine two colors that are not more salient than one another based on their low-level properties at all, but just on the basis of your previous interactions with a particular color, it might capture your attention. So based on one individual person's history with some color in the past, it kind of draws you in. And this can fall into three subcategories of itself. You can imagine if I have you come into the lab and search for blue for an hour, a week and up to months later, it's been shown that blue, even when task irrelevant, will still capture your attention just on the basis that it was previously searched for an hour. And so novelty can do the same. So if something's particularly rare, it might have some priority. And finally, what seems to be a really good driver priority is reward. So if I reward you every time you find the red target for like an hour, and then you come back in way later and red is completely irrelevant to the task at hand, it'll still capture your attention just because of your experience with it. So to ask the question, right, how do distractors that have those sort of attentional capture experience dependent qualities, how does that vary across sustained attentional state? We have to have people come into the lab and they have to do a training phase where they merge with those qualities attached to different colors. And then they later do that test phase, which will have a sustained attention task with that familiar triggering procedure. In the training phase, we have them come in and on each trial, they're shown this kind of array of shapes here. They're told to search one of two shapes. So in this example, green is shown, but you can imagine red is also being shown. And what they don't know, but they learn, is that when they make a correct response, and the response here is when you find the color shape that you're searching for, you press a button based on the bar orientation inside of it. So it's a visual search task. What they don't know is that 75% of the time for one particular type of target, they get a little reward. And so they kind of get better and better at the rewarded trials. And this kind of is the confirmation of reward driven learning happening during this training phase, right? And so they emerge from this experiment with one color being attached to reward, so that sets us up for reward driven capture, one being selection, so that's the unrewarded color in this, and critically, one color is missing from the distractor color pool and also the target color pool, and that becomes novelty, right? So now the stage is set, basically. So in the test phase, so now this is the sustained attention task. And so yes, it looks very different from the black squares and the blue squares, but you'll see it is still a sustained attention task. So they are searching this array of shapes on each trial for the standout singleton, so the circle among squares or the square among circles. And again, they're pressing a button based on the bar orientation of the bar orientation inside of that target. And so that kind of lulls them into responding because the bar orientation inside the target is really oftentimes horizontal, for example. And so because they just keep hitting the same button over and over again, it takes on that kind of characteristic of sustained attention where we kind of enter that mindless state, right? We tend to zone out and my participants hate me. So now what they don't know, and so this is an example of one subject subset of trials where you can see the real-time triggering procedure in action, right? So the response times fluctuate. And those dots are where we trigger an event to happen. And in this case, the event actually is that rare trial. So the rare trial where the demand is to press a different button pops in real time. And not only that, we insert covertly in the periphery one of those distractors that has that magical color from the training phase. And so now we can see how across attentional states based on response time speed in this real-time triggering procedure, how that predicts or how that changes the effect of those different types of distractors on the response to the rare target. Okay. So first we want to just do a reality check. Does the real-time triggering procedure capture errors before they happen? And it does, and it's a beautiful, robust effect, so it's really cool. I'm happy. Now we can ask our main question. So on the x-axis, there's blocks. So they did a bunch of blocks of the sustained attention task. On the y-axis is accuracy to the rare trial. And fast or slow, you can think of fast as zoning out and slow as paying attention, right? And so what we start to see here is that when there is a reward associated distractor, you get this benefit to your accuracy early on in the task. So the brain is somewhat like kind of unlearning that reward priority as time goes, possibly. But we can zoom in on the first two blocks where capture did actually happen to ask the question, what individual differences might have moderated that early effect? And one possible candidate is the strength of the color reward association from training, right? So if someone in the training phase got super, super fast for the rewarded target trials relative to the unrewarded target trials, we can assume that they have this really powerful reward color priority in their heads, right? So we can take the difference, the average RT, and take the difference and treat that as this sort of continuous moderator of attentional capture to see how it changes things. And so when we do that, we have the hallelujah moment when you see your data and you get really happy, where on the x-axis is the reward learning magnitude that I just described. And again, it's faceted by the attentional state. And you see that during fast periods, so when you are destined to make an error, a reward associated distractor rescues you from making that mistake. And this is particularly true for people who have that strong color reward association. And a cool little bonus is a whole week-long delay in between the training and the test phase. No trends or anything didn't diminish the size of this particular effect. So it's cool. And so in sum, we can use the real-time triggering procedure to kind of capture fluctuations in sustained attention and predict errors before they happen. And with particular types of distractors, we can actually prevent those errors before they happen. And this is particularly true, like I said, for participants who have that strong color reward association from the training phase, and that enhancement wasn't affected at all by a week-long delay in between training and tests. So with that, I want to thank these people so much. These are the greatest people in my life. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you all for waking up today and coming to this thing. Thank you.
Right now we have some time for some questions from the audiences.
Hey Shibu,
Hey.
really nice work. That was a super cool talk. I have one question about the sort of training phase where people are learning the association between reward and this particular stimulus. And did you probe whether participants after the fact were consciously or unconsciously aware of that association? Could
I
there?
didn't. No, I didn't, but I would have loved to. I think there's some work, and it's true for some people that they know what is rewarded and what isn't rewarded. But I'm not. Yeah, I can't speak on that. But I think if I do this again, I would do that. I love the conscious unconscious stuff. They don't.
Well, thank you.
Great timing. Hi, Shibu. Really nice job.
Thank you.
It prompted so many ideas in my head. One question. Do you happen to have eye tracking when you do the test?
No, so this was, I know. This was purely behavioral. People have done real-time triggering with people size, and it seems to have panned out really nicely. But I think this sets the stage for a lot of things. And as you know, like attentional capture, there's big debates and it's all fun. So maybe I could jump in there
Yeah,
and do something about it.
I also saw a poster at VSS this year where they have a dual test where they found zero dependence with a sustained attention test. So maybe we should talk later
Yeah.
and see if there's anything.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Hi, Shibu.
Hey.
Great talk.
Thank you.
Quick question. So when you refer to these slow and fast state, that refers to your rolling average, right?
Correct.
So when you see that these reward cues potentially prevent these errors, does it also affect the latency on this specific trial? Where the effect occurs?
So yeah, what I would expect to happen, right, is when there's the reward associated distractor, it kind of staggers you, right, and it enables you to make the correct response. But that doesn't seem to be panning out in the RT data. We have a new data set that's really similar to this, and even merging them, increasing the power and everything, is not panning out. So I can't speak too much about the response time stuff. But that's kind of what I would think would happen.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, but maybe that's not the case. Thank you.
Hi, thanks so much for this talk. Sorry, two microphones, confusing. Me. I was wondering about the novel trials. In particular, it looked like maybe they show a somewhat similar slope in terms of people who are more reward sensitive doing some pattern on those. And I was wondering if you have any idea of why that might be.
Yeah, so it does seem to be the case. There is, in this data set, there is some evidence that novelty also gets this really nice priority. I think if people have sensitivity to reward and those same people also happen to have sensitivity to novelty, that would really nicely explain this effect. But in our other data set, which again is not here, the novelty effect is slightly diminished. And so it raises the question, like, what is spurious, what isn't? I think reward is the most durable, reliable rescuer of your failures here. But something's going on with novelty. I definitely think so. But it's food for thought. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Shibu. Right, next up, we have Shangcheng Zhao, who hails from the Yes Lab working with Dr. Hongbo Yu. Ever since she was a kid, Shangcheng was a very calm child. You could catch her spending hours trying to balance an egg perfectly still. I'm not sure if you can still do that given the price of eggs these days. But her biggest dream at the time was to not go to school. After she had discussed it with her mother told her the only way that she would be okay with Shangcheng dropping out of school was if Shangcheng found a job. Very Asian mother of her. Thus motivated, Shangcheng knocked on every door in her apartment building asking for jobs. We are very grateful that they all said no, which is why Shangcheng stayed in school and is here today to share some very important work on how certain types of impressions may influence who we vote for. Now, everyone, please give a warm welcome for Shangcheng Zhao.
So hi everyone, I'm happy to stand here and share our recent research with you on social impression and election, facial appearance and beyond. So to begin with, previous research find that humans are very good at forming impression of others. So it can be really quick, like split second, and also can based on limited information, like just other people's appearance. And surprisingly, this first impression is very powerful. It can predict many real world outcomes, including like the company's net benefit or hiring decisions, and even one of the most important area of life, political election. So believe it or not, let's play a game. I will then show you a pair of political candidates of the Congress, and then you can use your hand gestures like top and down to tell me which one do you think is more competent. So this is the first pair, top or down. Okay. And the second one. Okay. And the third one. Yeah, since we are very consistent at making the decision. And those you see in the green square actually win the election. And this is exactly what the researcher find. In 2005, Tolero did a study and they showed the participants some Senate and Congress candidates and asked participants who do you think is more competent. And after the participant make the decision, they then track those candidates and see which one actually win the election. So they find that participants' confidence impression can predict the actual voting outcome about chance. And also, if they correlate the proportion of choosing the winner as the more competent candidates and the margins that winner actually receive in the vote share, they will find a positive correlation. However, in real world, the problem is more complicated because very few voters will just walk in the poll booth and polling booth and just make decision based on the appearance, or it's like, I don't know the candidate at all, I just vote whatever. But if they already have some candidate specific knowledge, what will that influence their voting decision? And what will, if you already know someone, the familiar others, will your impression of the familiar others be influenced by your memory-based information? This is what we want to study. So in this research, we want to understand 3 questions. First, we want to kind of replicate Tolerance study to test whether the naive first impression can predict the voting outcome. And secondly, we want to see if you already have some knowledge of the target, we call that informed decision. How does the candidate-specific knowledge influence the informed decision? And at last, we want to see different component of competence impression. So this study is pre-registered before 2024 election. And we first went to open access website and collect the candidates photos of the Congress. And we have a total of 139 candidates from battleground district. And then we recruit 300 national representative participants and ask them some questions. First, we ask them to recognize this person. And secondly, how good do you think this person will be as a member of the Congress? And hereafter, we call that perceived competence. And at last, we want to do an in-lab simulation of the voting. So we ask them, how much would you like to vote for this person? After the election, we also track those candidates and get their vote share actually received in the election. So does the naive competence predict the voting outcome? We calculate a hit rate in each district. So if the candidates that receive the highest competence rating also win the election, we'll consider that a hit. And across all the districts, the hit rate is about 64%, which marginally above chance. And this is calculate among all the participants that claim they didn't recognize the candidate. So it's like a naive concept. And then we want to see if in a informed scenario that the participant actually know the target, what will happen. So among all the trials, about 10% of the trials, the participants claim that they know the target, they know the candidate. And in those trials, we again calculate the hit rate, and the hit rate dropped to 58%, and it's not significant at all. So here we observe the discrepancy, and we want to then understand what actually was happening. So we correlate the voting intention, like the in-lab simulation of voting, in the naive participants and the informed participants. So on this plot, you see the x-axis is confidence rating reported by the naive participant, and the y-axis is the voting intention, also reported by those naive participants. And there's a very strong correlation between the confidence impression and their voting decision. However, if we look at those informed trials, the thing are more like the correlation is much weaker, and also we can observe a uplifting trend at the bottom of the confidence rating, like here. So, which means some participants, if they recognize the target, even though they don't think the target is very competent, they still want to vote for them. Maybe because they support their policy or because they have similar ideology. Because of this interesting dissociation, we then want to understand how do people actually form their competence impression, especially when they already know the person that they are going to judge. So here we decompose the competence impression into two areas. So we majorly consider physical features and conceptual features. Previous research find that if you know someone, when you see their face, you not only just process their visual information, you also recall some memory-based information in your brain. So here we first ask some human coders to measure the physical features of all the candidates. What we consider is 5 dimensions. We ask them to code what the image quality, the image is blurry or not, or the transient non-facial features like whether they wear a suit or necklace, and the transient facial features like their smell. And static facial feature like the skin tone, and demographic feature like their age, whether the person is young or not. For conceptual feature, we used the web news in 2024 from January to October before the election. And we put that in a large language model and get the embedding for each candidate. So for each candidate, we will have a long numeric variable to describe their conceptual web news in 2024. Now, after all this, we'll have 2 spaces. One is the physical space, one is the conceptual space. And each candidate is represented as a dot in the high dimensional space. And to help you understand this, we then visualize the high dimensional space, like flatten them on 2 dimensions. So each dot here is also one candidate. And I choose 2 candidates as an example, like Monel Jones and George Logan. And you can see that those candidates are represented very closely in the physical space, maybe because they're both Black men, like here. But in the conceptual space, they're represented very distantly. So if you really look at the description of them on the website, Monel Jones is a lawyer, while the George Logan is an engineer before he served as a legislator. So they have very different occupation, and they also have very different high-level conceptual knowledge. And before modeling, there's one step to go. So since we have 2 spaces, we calculate the distance of each pair of targets in one space and form a representational dissimilarity matrix. So each cell in the matrix shows the distance of a pair of targets. And to calculate the contribution of semantic and physical features, we then use variance partitioning. here we first form a full model to use both physical and conceptual features to predict our competence impression. And then we drop one features, like here we only use the physical features to predict a competence impression. And the difference between the partial model and the full model in the R square will be the unique variance that explained by the conceptual features. So we have the result. Like for the naive participant, their competence impression will be influenced both by the conceptual and physical features. However, if we look at the informed participant, the contribution of physical feature will diminish dramatically. And to take a closer look, we then decompose to a finer level. So we look at each different dimension of the physical features. And again, we find a very large variance that can be explained by the demographic features, which is aligned with social categorization theory. Like if you don't really know someone, you just categorize them into racial group or gender group. However, if the participant knows the target, the demographic feature doesn't matter that much. So as we run out of time, there's some key takeaways that I really want to inform you. First of all, results replicate previous study and find a weak correlation between the naive perceiver competence impression and voting outcome. However, for those informed participants, their competence impression doesn't matter that much. And also, although both physical and conceptual features contribute to naive participant competence impression, if the participant actually know the candidates, the conceptual information will play a more important role than the physical features. That's it. And I want to give a big thank you for our collaborators and my PA and also my lab mate.
Now I'm going to open the floor up for some questions from the audiences.
Hi, great talk. You may have said this already, but when you were searching for pictures, did you make any attempt to control for like the background features of the photo, like whether they were in an outdoor setting or was a professional headshot or things like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually observe a lot of variance, especially in like picture from minor party. But to solve this problem, we also ask the coder to code like where they have a flag in the background and the image quality and put that in one of the physical features.
Hi, thank you for your excellent talk. So when I'm taking a picture for my lab website, what should I do to appear most confident?
You observe a lot of variance, especially if you look very professional, like dress a suit, and also the hairstyle. So I'm still not quite sure, like there's a lot of interaction between different features, but I hope we can give you a very concrete answer, like how to pick a picture that seems very confident.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I have a question is regarding the participants' demographic and also like their political, like how involved they are on like voting and like the issues. Have you considered that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we did the study, we asked both participants like their ideology, which part do identify yourself from a specific party, and then we look at the party match between the participant and the candidates. And interestingly, we find in those like naive trials, like if the participants don't know the target, whether their party match or not doesn't matter that much. If the participant themselves know the target, it will matter.
Hi, really exciting talk. So I'm wondering, and this may not have an answer, but is there any way to look at people's judgment of competence and some actual measure of competence? So winning the election, they might just be winning the election because they look competent, but is there any other measure that you could have their success as politicians, or what's the relationship there?
Yeah, excellent question. This is one of the future direction we want to pursue. So before this, I did a pilot study, and we give the participants some photos of bankers. And so the banker, they have like objective indicators, like the profit they made in the past several years. And we find that the competence impression is totally disassociated with the performance. So ideally, we want to see like some occupation, they're more people oriented and they're like career success based on the popularity or other people's subjective judgment. But for some occupation like scientists, bankers, like their performance based solely on those objective indicators. So we want to put all the occupation in a comprehensive space and to see like which occupation can really predict by the human subjective reason.
Now we have a question from the back.
Hello, that was a lovely talk. Thank you. I'm curious, my understanding is in the impression literature, another variable that people pay attention to is social dominance or dominance. Is that something you're interested in thinking about, or how does that interact, do you think, with competence?
Yeah, great question. So because the way we measure competence is very specific to this context, like we just ask the participant, how good do you think this this person will be a member of Congress? So it's not competent per se. We also ran another study to use some like traditionally interested social trait, like dominance you mentioned, and what else? Trustworthiness, ethical, like those things can also related to meditation, but they are also interested by social psychologists and to see how to also decompose the competence impression in a social psychology way.
Thank you for that lovely
Thank you.
presentation. I'm curious, in some of our research on with learning as an outcome, we find that eye contact and facing directly to the audience results in better learning. So I'm wondering if when you coded for facial expression, whether you coded for, probably all have some kind of eye contact, but at least standing straight facing the camera, because some people were kind of to the side. Did you look at that?
That's a very interesting point. For facial expression, we consider that because like some research find if you have a big smile, you look more confident. So we put that in the and facial features. And we did find that it has some contribution to the overall expression, overall impression. However, for the angle, I also have the thought like some people, they will slightly not directly facing the camera, like
Right.
Thank you. Mhm.
Yeah, so the competency didn't predict too much of the whether they were gonna win or not, but are there other factors that have consistently seen as being good predictors of political success?
Yeah, I'll consider this is a twofold of the question, like what kind of predictor can actually predict the vote share. I mean, this question may be not for psychology, it's more for political science. And if we run the model, like we put incumbency and like the resource the target have and partisanship, we can actually very accurately predict the vote share to 40% of the R square. But the question we're actually interested in is competence impression, right? Like how much can competence impression predict the voting outcome, especially in when the participant don't know the target. So if we just put the competence impression indicated by those naive participant, the incumbency doesn't matter. Like they cannot tell the incumbency from face.
Gotcha, thanks.
I think we have time for one more.
I had a question, and I'm sure you've got this before about partisanship, right? Like you see this big drop between naive and informed participants, and probably a large part of that is they just know which party it is, and if it's there, they vote for them, right? So I was wondering how much of the judgments of naive participants are about rating, judging how competent they are, and how much of it is just them trying to judge how much those people are on their side. Like, in other words, if a Democrat looks at these pictures, how much are they judging based on the cues in the picture, whether this person is also a Democrat, and then based on this perceived match, they make the competence rating, versus that really being people trying objectively figuring out how competent the candidate is.
Yeah, we did consider that because there's some interesting research show you can actually tell the partisanship just upon face. So we, like I mentioned before, we matched the perceiver, like the participant and the candidates, and we didn't, like in those naive trials, we didn't find a trend that if you are from the same party, you also have higher competence rating and more likely to vote for them. So this is kind of a piece of evidence that they cannot tell the partisanship from face. And secondly, we did find some difference if we include and exclude the minor party, but not so much in the confidence rating. So those difference usually like majorly exist in predicting the vote share. And because the minor party have very low vote share, so we exclude them, it will drag the result to another dimension. But for the confidence rating, all the analysis related to human rating are very stable to whether exclude or include the minor party.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Shang Chang. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. We have Margot Pui from the Kieflin Decision Neuroscience Lab, mentored by Dr. Ron Kieflin. Margot loves quoting SpongeBob to relate to real-life events. And though most of us fold under the pressure of conference deadlines, Margot reserves her folding strictly for her perfectly soft and yummy crepes. Margot swam with whale sharks, held a baby alpaca, and is double jointed in most of her joints, which honestly sounds less like a list of fun facts and more like the origin story of a modern day superwoman with our trusty cat, Clark, who's named after Clark Kent himself. If there's something fun, fearless, or mildly chaotic to do, Margot's already done it and probably explained it in 4 languages. Yes, she speaks 4 languages very fluently. That's French, English, Spanish, and Italian. And while she's multilingual, today she's going to speak fluent neuroscience. As Patrick Starr would say, the inner machinations of my mind are an enigma, but perhaps today they become less so. In the next few minutes with Margot's talk on how reward predictive cues can influence decision-making via route selection, as well as the neural circuitry underlying it. Please put your hands together for the one and only Margot.
Thanks, Kayla. Can everybody else hear me? No. Okay. My that's fine. Okay, this is better. Awesome. Thank you. All right, thank you, Kayla, for those kind words. Today I will be talking about how outcome memory bias abstract rule selection via the OSC to M2 pathway. Picture this, you're on your way back home after a long day in lab, you're walking through Isla Vista, and you come at the cross section between Wingstop and Freebirds. You're deciding which one you want to eat for dinner when all of a sudden you get a waft of that warm burrito smell. I know. This reminds you of the last time you had a really good burrito, which then settles your decision. You'll have Freebirds for dinner. This Pavlovian-like cue of that warm burrito smell reminded you of the last time you had a really good burrito, which influenced the instrumental actions you'll take in order to receive that burrito again. This ability for Pavlovian cues to influence instrumental actions is seen to be abnormal in multiple neuropsychiatric disorders, such as substance use disorders, eating disorders, OCD, and schizophrenia. So it's important for us to understand the underlying neural mechanisms to be seeing what's going awry in these several neuropsychiatric disorders. Typically, this is done using the Pavlovian to instrumental transfer paradigm, or also known as PIT, which consists of 3 phases. The first one being an instrumental learning phase, where subjects are taught that a simple discrete action 1 earns them outcome 1, and action 2 earns them outcome 2. Those same subjects are then put through a Pavlovian training phase, where they learn to associate a stimulus 1 with that same outcome 1, and a stimulus 2 with that same outcome 2. Importantly, in a Pavlovian phase, subjects don't have to perform any actions in order to receive those outcomes, but they are delivered during the presence of those stimuli. Finally, subjects are put through a transfer testing phase, where they are presented with the stimuli and are then prompted to display their actions in either an action 1 or an action 2. It's typically seen that when presented with stimulus 1, subjects bias more of an action 1 and vice versa for stimulus 2, which shows us that cues hold that ability to elicit a specific bias in action selection. PIT has been used since 1943 and has been published over 2,000 times, which really gives us a good idea of the neural circuitry underlying these motivated behaviors. It's been seen across many different models, but I'll be focusing on a rodent model since that's the model I work in. PIT's been considered as the gold standard to study this influence that cues have on action selection, since it prevents this direct stimulus action response and instead ensures that these stimuli are affecting action selection via these outcome memories. However, there are still a few limitations to the PIT paradigm, one of them being that in the instrumental learning phase, subjects are taught simple discrete actions, such as a right lever press leading to this outcome 1 and a left lever press leading to this outcome 2. However, in a more naturalistic setting, reward pursuit and retrieval typically involves this complex sequence of actions that can be hierarchically organized into these higher level rules. So far what's been studied is the role that these reward cues play on discrete action selection and the neural circuitry involved in that. Whereas what remains lacking and what still remains largely unknown is the influence that these reward cues play on complex rule selection and the neural mechanisms involved. So because of this, my goal for my experiment was to adapt the PIT paradigm to make it a little bit more naturalistic in order to investigate how reward cues influence complex rule selection, and furthermore investigate the neural circuitry behind this, and more importantly, the role of the OFC to M2 pathway. But before I get into that, let me talk about how I've adopted the PIT paradigm to make it more naturalistic. Again, as a reminder, the PIT paradigm consists of 3 phases, and the only thing I'm changing in my adaptation is this instrumental learning phase, where instead of teaching my rats that a right lever press leads to outcome 1 and a left lever press leads to outcome 2, I now teach them these complex rules that lead to those same 2 outcomes. More specifically, a delayed non-match to sample strategy leading to outcome 1 and a visual strategy leading to outcome 2. Concretely, this is what that looks like. In a delayed non-match to sample rule, the rodent is placed in their operant chamber and is then prompted to press a sample lever. This can either be the left or the right lever. It's completely randomized. Once the rat presses that sample lever, they then perform a centering nose poke on the other side of the box to center them, and are then faced with a choice between the left and the right lever. In order to complete a correct trial, for the delayed non-match to sample rule, a rat has to press the non-sampled lever, so the opposite lever to the one that they pressed in the first place, in order to receive outcome 1. Now you'll also notice there's a visual cue on top of one of the levers. The rat has to learn to ignore this visual cue and instead go based off of previous knowledge in order to receive that reward. Those same rats are then taught that visual strategy, where the sequence starts off the same, but when faced with the choice between the left and the right lever, the rat now has to pick the visually cued lever. This can either be the same or the opposite lever than the one that they pressed in the first place. They'll receive outcome 2 when they complete a correct trial in that strategy. To make this a little bit more digestible, this is what correct trials look like in a real rat for both rules. I'll start off with the delayed non-match to sample rule. Here, the left lever is sampled. Centering nose poke is performed and the right lever is chosen. disregarding the visual cue on the left. Again, left, nose poke, right. Now the right lever is sampled. And lastly, right nose poke and left again, disregarding that visual cue. Now, this is the same rat performing the second rule, the visual strategy. Here again, the left lever is sampled, nose poke, and the left lever is cued, so chosen. Left lever, nose poke. Now the right is visually cued. Now the right lever is sampled, nose poke, left was visually cued. And lastly, right, nose poke, and right again. So now that I've gone into extraneous detail about how I've adapted the PIT paradigm to make it a little bit more naturalistic and more specifically this instrumental learning phase, I just want to remind everyone that after these rats learn these two rules, they then have to go through this Pavlovian phase where they learn to associate these two sound cues distinct with those same two outcomes that they received in the first place. They then move on to their transfer testing phase, where we present them with those two sound cues that they learned and prompt them to display their behavior in either the delay non-matched sample or the visual strategy to see if those sound cues can elicit a specific bias. So now moving forward, let me discuss a little bit more about how I've specifically investigated the neural mechanisms behind this, and specifically the role of the OFC to M2. Now, the orbital frontal cortex, or the OFC, is known to encode cue-evoked outcome memories, and the M2, or the secondary motor cortex, is known to encode rule-based action sequences. Furthermore, there's a dense projection being sent from the OFC to the M2, so we hypothesized that these cue-evoked memories that bias rule selection will do so via this OFC to M2 pathway. The way I targeted this pathway is using a dual virus chemogenetic approach. And I know that sounds like a lot of words, and I know that sounds really scary, but let me walk you through it. In the secondary motor cortex, I inject a first virus known as a retrograde Cree virus. This labels all the neurons that are projecting to the secondary motor cortex, some of which will be found in the OFC, where I inject either a Cree-dependent HM40I inhibitory virus or a Cree-dependent mCherry control virus. Since both of these viruses are Cree-dependent, they will only label neurons that are already labeled with Cree, meaning they will only label neurons from the OFC that are projecting to the M2. This is what that looks like in a real brain. These neurons labeled in red are OFC neurons that are specifically projecting to the M2. Now, in order to activate my inhibitory virus to make the OFC to M2 pathway disrupted, I have to inject a chemical known as DCZ. So essentially what I'm creating here is a switch that will be switched off when I'm injecting DCZ. And I will only do so specifically during the transfer testing phase, where I'm trying to see if these sound cues elicit a bias in rule selection. So now on to some of my data. In the instrumental learning phase, on the top, we have the accuracy for our delay non-matched sample rule, and on the bottom, the accuracy for the visual rule across sessions. Again, this phase, the OFC to M2 pathway remains intact for both groups. And we can see that in both the control and the inhibitory dread group, they have about a 90% accuracy in both rules. Moving on to the Pavlovian training phase, where the rats learn that the sound 1 earns them outcome 1 and sound 2 earns them outcome 2. Again, in this phase, OFC to M2 pathway remains intact for both virus groups. We can see that they acquire this knowledge in about 2 to 3 sessions, which is relatively quick. There is no significant difference between the two sound cues, and there is no significant difference between the two virus groups. Finally, our transfer testing phase, where I'll be able to see if there's a specific bias in rule selection. I inject the rats with DCV 30 minutes prior to their behavioral testing, which essentially disrupts this OFC to M2 pathway. So in our inhibitory group, we will be seeing an OFC to M2 silenced. We first run a baseline test to see if the rats have an innate bias towards any of the two rules. With no cues and no outcomes present, we can see that both the control and the inhibitory drug group, so with the OFC to M2 pathway shut off, they have no specific bias towards either the delayed non-master sample or the visual strategy. Our next two tests were where I presented the two sound cues that they learned in their Pavlovian training phase to see if this elicited a specific bias in that rule selection. We can see that when presented with sound one, our control rats in black had a clear bias towards the delay non-master sample strategy, and when presented with sound two, they had a clear bias towards the visual strategy. However, in our inhibitory dread group in red, we can see that this effect was significantly dampened, meaning that when we inhibit this OFC to M2 pathway, we are disrupting this ability for these sound cues to elicit a specific bias in rule selection, meaning this cue-guided rule selection is now disrupted. Our last two tests that we conducted was to see if these physical outcomes were also eliciting a specific bias in this rule selection. We presented the physical outcomes during their intertrial intervals, and we saw that when presenting them with outcome one, both our control and our inhibitory group had a significant bias towards the delayed non-matched sample strategy, and when presented with outcome two, a significant bias towards the visual strategy. Meaning that when we inhibit this OFC to M2 pathway, we are not disrupting this ability for these physical outcomes to elicit a specific bias in rule selection. So this outcome-based rule selection is preserved. So what I've just shown you with that data is that these reward cues that guide rule selection will do so via the orbital frontal cortex to secondary motor cortex projections. I've also shown you that that pathway specifically is not involved in outcome-based rule selection. What I haven't shown you, but what I have run, is that this OFC to M2 pathway is not specifically involved in rule execution. So even when I'm disrupting this pathway, I'm not disrupting their ability to physically complete these rules. So they're still able to complete the rules till the end. And also preliminary data that I've run so far has shown that the OFC to M2 pathway is not involved in this cued action selection. So when I'm training rats in the classic pit paradigm and disrupting their OFC to M2 pathway, I'm not seeing this lack of ability for these sound cues to elicit a specific discrete action. Meaning that I can say now that this OFC to M2 pathway is specifically responsible for this ability for outcome memories to elicit a specific rule bias. Because of this, I have a few questions that still remain, and a future direction that could be interesting to go down would be how these OFC to M2 neurons are specifically influenced when these OFC neurons are communicating with the M2. All right, thank you so much.
We will now open the floor for questions.
Hi, Marvo, great talk.
Thanks.
I was wondering if you could comment on the specificity of the OFC to M2 pathway versus the other circuits coming out of the OFC, such as down to the dorsal striatum.
Yeah.
Like, is there a literature on just using dreads in the OFC, and does that have kind of a broader impact on all of these types of learning? Like, what's specific about the OFC to M2 connection here?
Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. So the OFC does send very dense projections to the central dorsal striatum, and the specificity for this specific pathway for this project was mainly I was interested in the secondary motor cortex because of its role in action selection specifically, and it's known to be specifically in conflict. So when you're trying to make this decision between actions and which one should be more prioritized, the M2 seems to be very important in that type of decision, which is why I specifically chose the OFC to M2 pathway and not some other dense projections. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Do you happen to know what happens if you just like deactivate the OFC during this? Do you see a bigger impact on, say, all of those associations that the animals are trying to learn?
Yeah, so I haven't run that experiment. It would be very interesting. What I would hypothesize would be that when you just turn off or when you just silence the OFC, you would be seeing more of this effect on this memory of the cue and not so much the action selection or the yeah, the action selection, which would be more so the specific pathway. So that's what I would hypothesize if you're just shutting off the OFC. It would be more of this broader ability to recall how the cue is associated with this memory that you hold of the outcome.
Yeah, that's my intuition as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam.
Do you want to talk a little bit? And that was a great talk.
Thanks.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that projection, dopaminergic, glutamatergic? Do you want to get into any of that stuff as what you're going to do, or are you more interested in other things? Sorry, you know I had to ask you that.
Yeah. No, and it's a great question. And definitely something that I've thought about for my qualifying exams. It would be really interesting. I love dopamine. I worked with dopamine in my undergrad, so I feel like it would be really interesting, specifically with dopaminergic projections. It would also definitely make sense to look at glutamatergic projections, something in the future, but yeah, definitely would be interesting to look at that. Thanks, Vanessa.
Great talk. Can you explain a little bit more the relationship between and choose any one of the pathologies that you mentioned at the outset and the way in which those different impact the interaction between the classical and the operant conditioning, and then do your findings speak to that relationship in any way?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, if I had to take one of the neuropsychiatric disorders that I mentioned previously, it was probably the eating disorders. If you specifically remember a cue being important to you when you were in a specific phase of that eating disorder, and it calls back a specific memory of a trigger food, the way that you'll respond to that trigger food will most likely be paralleled to how you responded in that specific phase of your eating disorder. Now, as to how my results specifically align with that is for treatment for these type of neuropsychiatric disorders, it's important for us to look at these targeted areas of the brain. So again, and this is kind of far off of what could be happening in industry labs, right? But if we target that specific pathway with some treatments that are developed for those specific neuropsychiatric disorders, it could be interesting to see how that plays into the response to those cues that are triggering.
Thanks. And what about the complexity element?
Could you elaborate?
Well, it's what it's called, the PIP, your paradigm.
Yeah, the sprint paradigm.
Right. So typically you were saying it's just a simple discrimination,
Right.
whereas in your paradigm, it was more complex. How would that aspect of your project relate, say, to the eating disorder?
Yeah, so I feel like in these typical classic spit paradigm, it's more of this simple response, so these discrete actions, right? Whereas with mine, it would be more of this complex. So if you had like a trigger food and the response that you have for that is a complex way of getting to that food, your ability or your response to that is going to be changed in response to that. Whereas the spit is more just like this discrete action, just like a press of a button, which isn't very encompassing what the naturalistic world is like.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Margo, nice talk. I'm curious what you think is happening at the level of neural ensembles between OFC and M2 that's allowing for this rule switching. Like, do you think that different populations of neurons are being engaged by the OFC and M2 that allow for like this contextual switch in behavior?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that kind of plays into my future direction and something that I would be interested in going down. Not really sure how the different ensembles of those neurons would play into, to be completely honest. I think it'd be interesting to modulate those subset of OFC neurons to specifically see how that would change those the subset of neurons in the secondary motor cortex. But yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
On some trials, the light was on above the lever they were supposed to be pressing for the delay non-match to the delay non-match to sample.
Mhm.
So how do the rats like know that that was correct?
Got it. Yeah, so some of you may have noticed that in the delay non-match to sample rules and the visual rules, some of the action sequences are actually the same. So we call those trials converging trials. So the ones where the action sequences are actually the same across both rules are converging trials, and the opposite is conflicting. We did take that into account in our analysis, and we did see that there was a significant difference between the converging and the conflicting trials, but no significant difference with our virus groups, which is exactly what we expect. But yes, and also the rats know what rule to work for because we give them a free reward, right, for the rules need to be performed.
All right, thank you so much, Marvin and Matt. For those of people at the back, there are a couple of free seats over here if you want to take a seat. All right, next up, we have Henry Bedron, who is a member of the Social Injustice and Social Change Lab working with Dr. Niels Reimer. Henry made the cross-country move to Santa Barbara to begin his graduate school journey. And fun fact, he's actually never received a speeding ticket. So if you ever need a carpool buddy who won't test the limits of the law or your patience, he's your guy. Before grad school, Henry's racked up 12 varsity letters and 5 state championships in high school water sports. These days, he's keeping things a little drier and above water, channeling that same energy into every racquetball sports except pickleball, which in his words barely qualifies. Attempts to convert him have failed repeatedly. A self-declared reformed jock, he's traded trophies for top spin, but of all of his athletic achievements, I think it's safe to say none topped the moment he met his fiancée, who just so happened to be the captain of their college club's tennis team. Some might even say he's pulled off the ultimate love all moment. An ace researcher, Henry is here to share his work on how white Americans' perceptions of racial disparities shape their support or lack of support of policies and protests advocating equality. Let's give a big hand for Henry.
Hi, everybody. So one of the perennial problems that still faces and challenges us today in the United States is the problem of inequality. Given the history of slavery, segregation, and de facto segregation under Jim Crow laws, it's perhaps unsurprising that in the United States, inequality diverges along the basis of race. So if you'll note from the figure, which is just one example out of countless I could have used to illustrate this point, the pregnancy-related deaths in 2019 among Black Americans were more than double that of their white American counterparts. So given the apparent consequences of maintaining inequality, what could be necessary for social change? The clearest answer to me is collective action. From a psychological perspective, the dual collective action is a necessary component to social change. And indeed, the dual chamber model of collective action suggests that advantaged group members, so in American context, white advantaged group members, collective action intentions are associated with 4 main motivators: their identification with the cause, their moral convictions and perceived moral violations, their perceptions of injustice, and their perceptions of the efficacy of the collective action. This model likes to imagine the beating heart of a protester, where the 2 chambers of their morality and identity pump blood to their emotional experiences of perceiving group-based injustice and their beliefs about the efficacy of their group. I'm particularly interested in this pathway, where perceived moral injustice and perceived moral violations and perceived injustice predict collective action. So one of the key components of this pathway is something called moral outrage. It's a moral emotion composed of two secondary emotions, anger and disgust. And we know that violations of morality reliably trigger moral outrage, and that it in turn incites perceptions of injustice and collective action. Further, there's strong psychological evidence to suggest that we should expect people to object to inequality and potentially resist it. Even some non-human primates, like these macaques, resist unfair conditions. In this example, being given a cucumber instead of a grape as a reward. I know I would freak out.
It's true that it's
But for humans, psychology tells us that people hold moral concerns in the domains of fairness, equality, and harm. Theoretically, inequality on the basis of race violates all three of these values. Despite this, inequality doesn't just persist today, but grows over time. Despite, of course, there might be reason to suspect that we might not be as outraged as inequality as we would expect from our moral intuitions. It might be easier to believe that the world at its core is just and fair. It might be very uncomfortable for us to recognize inequality. And we know this in part because when explaining racism, Americans tend to endorse individual explanations for racism rather than structural ones. So given this tension between people's moral intuitions and the persistence of inequality, what factors might be influencing the visibility of structural inequality and elicit outrage at moral violations? So one approach to explaining this that I borrow from sociology is to reframe social injustices as a form of violence. So structural violence refers to the preventable harm, suffering, and premature death that's associated with social institutions like governments and structural factors like poverty, preventing people from meeting their basic needs. When I first encountered this perspective reading Paul Farmer's, a medical anthropologist's description of the AIDS epidemic, it really changed how I saw inequality. So I was curious to see if there might be psychological principles that underlie how this framework is able to change how people see structural forms of inequality. To that end, I'm proposing a novel psychological framework for structural violence. This framework is intended to make structural forms of inequality and their consequences more visible, and identify how doing so influences the antecedents to social change. I identified three axes along which I propose this framework operates psychologically. The first axis is identifying targets. By making the vulnerable targets of inequality clear, we might make the connection between the causes of inequality and the consequences of that inequality less abstract. The second axis is identifying agents and intents. So we know that people identify intentional violations as more blameworthy than accidental ones. So identifying a specific and intentional structural agent might be helpful in making structural inequality more visible. And finally, the third axis is identifying harm. So harm plays a really central role in how we make moral judgments. Harmful acts like murder and abuse reliably evoke moral outrage and are condemned across cultures. And a study that was published in 2023, when I was still developing my framework, provided some initial evidence that I might be onto something with this kind of approach. So this research published by Brown and colleagues, great paper by the way, showed that highlighting certain kinds of inequality, namely health inequality, spurred more outrage and support for concrete action because health inequality violated these sacred moral values. What this research doesn't do is identify what values specifically are being violated. So in part to replicate these findings and expand them to include a test of my proposed structural violence framing, I created a vignette-based manipulation, which I tested among a quasi-representative sample of non-Hispanic white Americans, 1,500 of them to be specific. So I first created vignettes, which describe inequality as these neutrally framed mere differences conditions, where none of the ingredients of structural violence are present, much like the manipulation used by Brown and colleagues. And I describe inequality in these conditions in terms of economic domains like income and health domains like access to hospitals. Next, I created these structural violence conditions. These describe I adapted these vignettes to a structural violence framework by emphasizing the three axes I just discussed. The structural violence, the unique contributions of the structural violence conditions are highlighted in red. I also created a third condition, which emphasized the lethality and mortality associated with the consequences of inequality, and those unique contributions are highlighted in brackets. Oops. I pre-registered these analyses as both a 2x2 and a 2x3 analyses. In the 2x2 analysis, I combine the two structural violence conditions to increase our power. I'll only be showing you the 2x2 analyses, but if you're interested in the 2x3s, I'm happy to discuss them during questions. So I had three hypotheses concerning these manipulations with three separate outcome variables. And our outcomes were moral outrage, as you would expect, and support for reparative policies aimed specifically at reducing group-based inequalities, and support for protests aimed at supporting those policies. My first hypothesis is a replication of the Brown et al. Finding that highlighting health inequality would increase our three outcome variables, moral outrage, protest support, and policy support, compared to economic outcomes. My second hypothesis was that my structural violence framing would increase those same three outcome measures. Finally, I hypothesized that under a structural violence framing, the difference between economic and health disparities would become smaller when I framed it like structural violence, because part of the effect of highlighting health would be explained by highlighting harm in my proposed framing. So the first outcome I'll discuss is moral outrage. I measured moral outrage with a 5-point Likert scale using these four emotion items: anger and disgust. These are results from a multi-level model. So before anyone freaks out, I'm going to orient you to the graph. On the y-axis, we have the four conditions faceted by domain of inequality on your right and by framing on your left. On the x-axis, we have the expected means of our outcome variables. The distributions that you're seeing show posterior probability distributions, as I use Bayesian methods. The black bars represent 95% uncertainty intervals, which, unlike in frequentist statistics, has a fairly straightforward interpretation. That these 95% values are the most plausible estimates for this parameter given the evidence provided by the data. In all of the graphs, framing is differentiated both by the label on the left and in color. The combined structural violence conditions labeled harm are shown in yellow. The mere differences conditions are shown in blue. Now, for my first hypothesis about the effects of domain of inequality, indeed, we found strong support. So we showed that health inequality elicited more moral outrage than economic forms of inequality. For my second hypothesis on the framing of inequality, I showed partial support. So for economic inequality, as you can see, there was a difference by structural violence. Structural violence increased outrage in the economic condition, but there was no difference for health. One of the reasons this might be is that health conditions already are sort of rich with information about harm. So when you tell people that there are differential outcomes for people accessing hospitals and medicine, people might know already that people are getting hurt. So the framing might not have made a big difference here. And finally, I did indeed find that the difference between health and economic conditions were significantly smaller under the structural violence framing compared to the mere differences, which supports my third hypothesis. So next, I'll be talking about support for policies aimed at reducing group-based inequality. I measured support for these policies, like increasing income tax for all Americans to reduce inequality on a 5-point Likert scale. These are less promising. So here I only found partial support for my first hypothesis. So individuals in the health mere differences condition, but not the health harm condition, showed more policy support than the economic conditions. I found no support for hypothesis 2 and no support for hypothesis 3. Finally, I'll discuss our findings for support for protests aimed at reducing inequality. This measure is a little bit unusual. It's a forced choice, yes or no answer scale, in which we ask if 18 different kinds of protest actions were acceptable or not. These actions ranged from relatively normative actions like attending or organizing a protest march to relatively non-normative actions like disrupting traffic by blocking roads. And these are the least happy findings, I'll say. I found no differences in support for protests between conditions. So we failed to confirm any of our hypotheses. I'll note interestingly that on this graph, these are not expected means on the x-axis, but expected proportions. So in all conditions, participants said that just under half, about 45% of the protests we showed them were acceptable, which is lower than we expected. So finally, we have some exploratory analyses for the outrage moderated by political identity. You might expect that political identity plays a pretty important role in how people respond to inequality. I thought the same thing, obviously, so I tested it. And indeed, we do find a really strong main effect for political identity. So liberals get more outraged than moderates, and moderates get more outraged than conservatives. An interesting thing we don't find is that there's no moderation. So the pattern of effects we saw in our unmoderated outrage results hold across the political spectrum. So there's no backlash effect by conservatives. There's pretty unusual stuff. If anyone's curious about the other moderated outcomes for policy support and protest support, I have those, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into them. So what does this mean for the growing social issue of inequality in the United States? First, merely presenting information about inequality isn't enough to change people's minds about it. To get people to care about inequality, you need to do more than tell them about the presence of injustice. Highlighting the psychological elements of structural violence seems to be effective at producing more outrage against structural inequality across the political spectrum. Second, that concrete action towards social change seems to be a lot harder to effectuate than outrage at injustice. This maybe rings true to the real world, where it's a lot easier to get someone upset about something than it is to make a real lasting impact. This research had a few challenges that are worth noting that might have limited our conclusions, especially for our concrete action measures. First, text-based vignettes are not really very evocative. They have a limited effect. And so we might not have been able to generate the really strong emotions required to make a difference for our down-the-road outcome measures, like policy and protest support. And this is supported by our low means in outrage. Even in the strongest conditions, people were only ever moderately outraged. So nobody really got that mad. Additionally, my manipulations don't specify a cause or a social movement. In fact, I leave all the responsibility for making social change up to the government, which is the same structural agent I just indicted in my manipulation for being partially responsible for the So this might have reduced people's efficacy, which, as we know from our model, is a strong predictor of collective action. And finally, our measurements might just have been too high of a bar. Dual chamber model is interested in collective action intentions. We measured the acceptability of protest actions. So our measure might not just be as sensitive to this kind of manipulation. With that, I'd like to thank the Social Injustice and Social Change Lab, my advisor, Dr. Niels Reimer, and my lab mates, Celine Soy and Borbala Takac, for their feedback on this work, as well as the Intergroup and Sherman Lab for feedback when I was conceptualizing my manipulations. Thank you so much.
Right, we will now open up the floor to questions, which I can see there are many.
Hi, Henry. Super great talk. I had a question. Did you ask how politically involved people were, as not going beyond just their affiliation, to see, more politically involved people might be more inclined to support policy or protest for certain effects?
Yeah, we didn't ask that kind of question. It's very interesting to consider. I think one of the things that is sort of surprising about America is that people generally aren't very politically involved. So most people, the majority of people don't vote. And even if they do, they aren't really political activists or knowledgeable about politics. So I think we would find a low evidence of that. It might be, if we were doing a regression, something that explained part of this relationship. But I think that political identity is a much stronger predictor of these kind of outcomes, which is why we included it here. It's an interesting question, but it's not something that I looked at or have any insight into.
Cool, thank you.
Dylan?
Hey, Henry, thank you. Great talk. I had a question about the different scales that made up your moral outrage measure. I was curious if you found any differences between, anger, disgust, outrage, or whether they were all pretty highly correlated with each other.
Yeah, so those items are pretty highly correlated to each other in previous research, which is why in part we use the scale. But anger and disgust are different emotions, so they tend to hang a little bit differently. We know from previous research that anger is the strongest predictor, followed closely by disgust. So I didn't look at differences on the individual item measures, but it's a good question, and probably there would be some small differences between how angry people are and how disgusted they are about injustice in terms of how they're feeling about it.
Hey Henry, great talk. I was wondering, so the vignettes didn't provide the effect that you were sort of looking for some of the outcomes. Given that like a lot of people read like news and get their, I guess, moral outrage from like reading, what would a better sort of medium be to like show this effect and like provide that for like people that you'd want support from?
What an awesome question. So I think the more like rich and vivid you could make the descriptions, the stronger of the effect you would get. So if you included, for example, like documentary clips or had video, we know that people prefer interpersonal rather than like structural explanations. So highlighting structural injustice through the story of like one person with a very vivid description might get people more outraged or more willing to engage in collective action than just a text-based intervention. And I think people know this intuitively. It's why video form news is so compelling and why text-based print media has decreased over time in my opinion.
Hi, Henry. Wonderful talk. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the protest support measure.
Yeah.
Specifically, are these hypothetical protests or real protests, and what variants along like the spectrum of extremity do you have?
Yeah. So in terms of the protest measures, what we generally used were a scale. About half of them were pretty easy, and then as like we go on, they get more extreme. So the early ones that were the most tame, like signing a petition, we removed. And we don't have any real extreme versions of political violence, like direct harm against political opponents, for example. The most extreme we get is like breaking the law. So like spray painting political messages against political opponents in places where that's illegal. Or blocking roads and disrupting traffic. People get pretty upset about that one. So that's sort of the extremist, some of the more extreme items on the scale. What was the other part of your question?
Whether they're hypothetical or I think you.
So yeah, they're hypothetical in the sense that they're like protests that are not like, we're not saying these protests happened in response to these policies. We're saying, would it be okay if someone did this form of protest in support of the policies you just read about? So they are hypothetical, but all of the actions are not like, they're not made up. All of these protest actions happen in real life. So in a way, they're grounded in reality.
Great, thank you.
All right, we have a question at the very back, so please bear.
Oh, I'll ask mine quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, Henry. Such an interesting talk and important topic. I'm wondering, you have mentioned that the protests are relatively rare, especially these, big people in the street type protests. So I'm wondering, to the extent that the protests are unlikely to happen in response to this particular problem or vignette, because the problem is so big, it's not clear what the protest would be asking for. So I wonder if you might, if you have any data of other types of examples where the particular social injustice is more tractable, where there is a specific solution at a local level, and then you might see some action. So do you think part of the problem is it's moving a mountain and you need to give people something local?
Absolutely, I think that's true. And in fact, my planned follow-up study for this does just that, where we take a specific instance of, we don't have the data for it yet. We take a specific instance of injustice, like a specific instance of environmental racism, like power plants in Georgia, for example, being built in Black communities. And we use evocative information and pictures and videos from that site and have a specific social movement associated with that site specifically. So I do think part of the problem is the whole framework is about making things less abstract, and we left the social movement and the social issue at the most general levels, like very general health inequality, access to hospitals. We didn't really give anybody people to dig their teeth into in terms of support. So I agree that that's a huge problem, and we're looking to address that in follow-up studies.
All right, in the interest of time, we're gonna have one last question, but feel free to hit up Henry in the lunch.
Thank you. It was a wonderful talk. Thank you. I have a very naive question, and maybe you mentioned it and I missed it, but do you know how
familiar people were with this framing of injustices as structural violence? Because I wonder if you didn't see the strong effect that you expected, because in some ways they've been exposed to this argument already, and you catch them after this effect has already happened. So obviously you can't move the needle much if it had already moved in the first place.
That's really interesting. I hadn't really considered that people might be aware of it. I think it's kind of a niche sociological theory, but so I would be surprised if people knew what structural violence specifically was, but people might have intuitive access to information about inequality that is structurally violent. So they might like know already that income inequality, for example, has like effects on lethality, right? If you move to a neighborhood that's lower income, the air quality is worse, your lifespan goes down. People might know information like that, so they might already understand part of this effect. I would be pretty surprised if people knew specifically about structural violence, but it would be interesting to ask people about how much they understood about like in racism in the law, for example, and see what that predicted, like previous knowledge. I would say probably that effect would fall pretty strongly along political lines. Probably people who are liberal are more likely to have more information about this kind of effect than people who are conservative, which might explain in part why liberals get so outraged and conservatives don't. But it wouldn't really explain why there was like, no moderation in the political identity. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Henry. We had a lot of questions for that one, so please, again, feel free to hit him up during the lunch hour. I'm going to introduce our next speaker now. Next up, we have Nadu Babashova from the LEAP Lab presenting her work on cognitive responses to threat, which makes perfect sense considering her deep love of horror movies. Her favorites include Saw 2 and It Follows. So yes, she voluntarily signed up to study fear on and off the clock. She's a well-seasoned traveler, having lived abroad in 4 countries. And when you see her in the psych building and you're not in a mood to speak English, you can talk to her in Russian, German, Spanish, or Thai. It's very impressive. Without further ado, let's welcome Nadu.
My microphone. Okay, thank you for coming to my talk titled Anticipation Supports Anxiety Disrupts. So I'm going to examine these questions. Essentially, how does anticipation and anxiety affect our cognitive control? And yes, does anxiety disrupt our cognitive control? So I'd like to start with an example that I think we're all familiar with. It's a very basic example that reminds us of what anxiety truly evolved for. So imagine that you are a prey animal, you're roaming freely, like enjoying your day, and then in the corner of your eye, you notice a predator lurking in the distance. From the moment that you notice this potential threat in the distance, you will shift into a different state. You'll shift into an anxiety state. And when the predator, the earthquake. So yeah, basically once you see the predator, your body will launch like a cascade of responses. And while the predator is still in the distance, you will still have access to your top-down like cognitive control. At this point, you will be thinking about strategizing different escape routes, how to best escape this predator. However, as that predator moves closer to you, you no longer have the time or cognitive resources to strategize. You really just have to act. And in this case, you will shift into something that is a more instinctive and reflexive state. And if you are this prey animal, you'll probably either fight or you will flee. So even though we don't encounter predators in our everyday lives, I think we all like relate to this experience. We all know what it's like to feel the approach of something that gives us anxiety. For instance, you can imagine a deadline. When the deadline is far in the distance, maybe weeks away, you feel calm and relaxed, just like that prey animal. However, just like that prey animal, as that deadline approaches, you will shift into a different state. So you will probably feel your anxiety become heightened. And as it gets closer and closer, you'll probably notice that your body has a response. You'll feel more sympathetic arousal. You'll probably start to sweat more. You'll feel your heart rate go up. And in cases when anxiety becomes truly high, it can become disruptive and it'll get in the way of your ability to think clearly. So this brings me kind of to like the background of my research question, and it is the role of threat imminence. So basically, anxiety is a future-oriented emotion. It's marked by heightened vigilance, and it helps to prepare us for an upcoming threat. And how far or near the threat is to us shapes our anxiety response. So basically, when the threat is more distal, usually we are in this more strategizing state of mind. We have access to our like higher cognition, but as it moves closer to us and becomes more proximal, there is often a shift towards something more reflexive and reactive and less something that involves less top-down cognition. So we know that this happens in prey animals, but we've also seen some similar effects in humans. So basically, we have seen, or previous research has found that anxiety can, in fact, impair cognitive control. And one task that this has been seen in is the flanker task. I think many of you are probably familiar with this, but just in case, I'll like walk through it. So in the flanker task, as a participant, your job is to attend to the middle arrow in this row of arrows. So in this case, when all the arrows point in the same direction, they're congruent. This is usually pretty easy. However, when you really have to engage in your top-down cognitive control is the incongruent trials. So here you have to attend to the center arrow and basically suppress your desire to be distracted by the flanking arrows. And this does require kind of top-down cognitive control. And this is mostly seen in reaction time. So because you have to suppress an unwanted response in order to make the correct one, usually you will have a much slower response basically to the incongruent trials. It'll take you longer to select the correct response. And so previous research by Zhang and Cho has found that when participants complete this task, flanker task, while knowing that at any time as they complete it, they might receive an electric shock, that they have significantly slower reaction time. So it does seem that being vigilant to a threat disrupts cognitive control. But however, the story is complex and interesting because not only does anxiety disrupt cognitive control, but it actually seems that cognitively demanding tasks can also have an effect on our emotional states. So previous research has found that engaging in working memory tasks can essentially downregulate our amygdala, downregulate our emotional responses, and engaging in like math tasks that require high cognitive load will also diminish activity in the amygdala more than a task that requires low cognitive load. So this is interesting because in these cases, people are not really trying to actively regulate their emotions, but it seems that just by engaging in something cognitively demanding, there is a downregulation. So this suggests that there is a kind of shared resource and that the kind of anxiety response system is competing against this top-down cognition. So there's kind of a competition over this resource. And so this brings me kind of to my first research question, which is how does threat imminence figure into this picture? So how does the imminence of the threat affect cognitive control? So we know that how far or near something is to us, elicits kind of different types of anxiety. So how does this figure into how anxiety affects our cognitive control? And I'm also interested in the mechanism behind this, which I consider is potentially related to sympathetic arousal. So sympathetic arousal is also known to be something that underlies anxiety. And it's also known to have interesting and complex interactions with top-down cognition. So the interesting thing about arousal is like if you have too little, it's not good. If you have too much, it's not good. You want to have just enough. So basically, if you have too little sympathetic arousal, you will probably feel kind of sleepy, sluggish, and tired, and you'll be a bit slow and not very mentally sharp. However, if you have too much arousal, like in the case of anxiety or even panic, you'll probably be mentally scattered and kind of overstimulated. So it does seem like arousal is kind of like dose dependent. You want just the right amount to have good, sharp, top-down cognition. So this brings me to my next question, which is, can heightened arousal under different levels of threat imminence predict impairments in cognitive control? So to investigate these questions, I designed the dynamic threat anticipation task. So you'll see it soon. But basically, it's a 2x2 design where I manipulated the threat level and the temporal imminence. I have to drink water. So basically, participants watch a 60-second countdown, and then they encounter some stimuli. So in the threat condition, yes, there we go. Okay, so there's like a threat condition and a no threat condition. So in the threat condition, they will experience painful electric shocks and hear the sound of a scream. So that's the threatening stimuli that they might encounter. And there is a 60% chance that they'll encounter that, experience it, and a 40% chance that nothing happens. In the no threat condition, just this one, participants will just receive 2 mild stimulations that are like barely perceptible, and they'll hear the sound of just a musical melody. So these are pretty neutral stimuli. They're not threatening. They are not likely to induce anxiety. And so that's the threat condition. There's 2 temporal conditions, distal and proximal. So in the distal condition, participants complete trials of the flanker task in the first half of that 60-second countdown. So the flanker task is distal to the threat. And then in the second half of the countdown, they just wait passively to encounter whatever they might encounter. So they're just watching the numbers appear on the screen. And in the proximal condition, this is reversed. So they first watch those numbers counting down. And then in the second half of the countdown, they complete the flanker task. So in this case, the flanker task is proximal to the stimuli. They do it right before they have this potential encounter. And then at the end, they complete this anxiety question. So this question asks them in the moment right before the countdown ended, how much anxiety did they feel from 1 to 4? And as participants complete this task, I also take measures of their skin conductance. And participants always know which threat condition they're in. So here's just one example that there's a blue border. So participants will see their blue or yellow border that reminds them if they're in the threat or no threat condition. So they always know what's on the horizon, but there's only a 60% chance, so they don't know for sure what will happen. Yeah, so this task allowed us to look at both the temporal imminence and threat level and how this affects cognitive control. So first, just to verify that this task was in fact tapping into cognitive control processes, we just looked at the flanker task to ensure that the flanker effect was there, and we replicated the flanker effect. So as you can see, the incongruent trials were more cognitively demanding. People had a slower reaction time. And so also importantly is that we only look at correct trials. We're not interested in trials where they're pressing randomly. We want to see when they get the answer right, how long does it take them? And so we found the flanker effect in all of our conditions. However, the flanker effect itself was not modulated by condition. So we just looked at reaction time on the incongruent trials to see how reaction time was affected by our experimental conditions. And so, contrary to my expectations, as you can see, it seems that the threat level actually speeds up reaction time. So it seems that when participants were waiting to encounter potentially like a shock, something threatening, they were actually a little bit faster. And there was also a main effect of temporal imminence, which was independent of threat level. So this was also interesting. Basically, it didn't matter what they were waiting for, if they were waiting for something neutral or something threatening. When they were close to the end of the countdown and getting very close to encountering it, they also had a significant like speeding of their reaction time. They're significantly faster. And this was true for both the congruent and incongruent trials. So this was interesting overall, just suggests threat level is not necessarily, or threat itself is not necessarily always disruptive. It could potentially enhance cognitive control. And it seems that anticipating in general, regardless of if you're anticipating threat or something neutral, seems to also confer a benefit. So we also looked at subjective anxiety and sympathetic arousal. So basically we did a quick validity check just to ensure that participants did feel anxious, like maybe they were relaxed, but according to the data, they were not relaxed. They did in fact feel significantly more subjective anxiety when they're waiting for a threat. And they also showed significantly higher sympathetic arousal when they were waiting for a threat. So these validity checks confirm that our task did reliably induce anticipatory anxiety, both on the subjective and like physiological level. So this is interesting, and given that participants seem to actually have enhanced reaction time under threat, I decided to ask the question in reverse. So not how does anxiety affect cognitive control, but how does cognitive control potentially affect anxiety? Since we know that there is this potential competition for resources, it was, I was interested in looking in the other direction. And just as a reminder, just basically in the distal condition, I wanted to see what they were feeling at the really end of the countdown. So in the distal condition, at the end of the countdown, they were just watching numbers appear on a screen. They were just passively like waiting to encounter something. And in the proximal condition, at the really end of the countdown, they were engaged in something cognitively demanding. And this is an interesting finding. When participants were just passively watching numbers on a screen, right before encountering the shock, they had significantly higher anxiety. And I checked to see if this was also true at the physiological level, and it also was. So basically, when participants were just passively watching numbers on a screen in the final 15 seconds of the countdown, they had significantly higher arousal compared to when they were doing something cognitively demanding. So basically, when they were engaging in something that was demanding, right before encountering the threat, it seems that cognitive engagement had some kind of downregulation of their sympathetic and subjective anxiety response. So this does support this bidirectional competition over resources. And it seems that instead of anxiety disrupting cognitive control kind of diminished anxiety. And so my final research question was looking at anxiety, arousal, and temporal imminence. So I actually did not find a significant three-way interaction there. However, I did find an interesting interaction between anxiety and arousal. So this makes the picture slightly more complex, but basically looking within participants' countdowns, the countdowns that they themselves rated as the more high anxiety countdowns compared to their other trials, in those countdowns, their sympathetic response was predictive of a slowing of reaction time. So it seems like overall, like my interpretation of these findings is that the level of threat that we elicited was enough to get them a little bit anxious, and being a little bit anxious actually helped their cognitive control. But when they had some countdowns where they felt like higher subjective anxiety, this did slow them down. So there's kind of complex effects happening here. And so, yeah, basically, in summary, we found that engaging in cognitive control while anticipating a threat may actually enhance performance, at least specifically in like on the flinker task, so cognitive control. And it may potentially diminish subjective anxiety and physiological arousal, at least in the level of threat that we elicited. However, for the countdowns that were rated as highly anxiety-inducing, sympathetic arousal was predictive of worse cognitive control. So there does seem to be this bidirectional interaction between kind of bottom-up anxiety and top-down cognitive control. And so some future directions that I'm interested in pursuing in this question is looking at naturalistic threat in immersive environments. I think we're likely to elicit a greater sense of anxiety. There does be this bidirectional interaction. Oh, there's some kind of like okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm really interested in VR. I'm also interested in anxiety processes that occur over larger timescales. For instance, how we anticipate something that we are afraid of that is days, weeks, or months in the future. This is a very unique kind of human type of fear. I'm very interested in it. And I'm also interested in looking at the neural correlates of anticipatory cognition and anticipatory anxiety. And I'd like to thank everyone at my lab. I'd like to thank my PI, Hajina Lapate, my lab mates, and I would like to thank my research assistants who ran the study for me and also piloted it and were willing to like experience electric shocks in helping me like design this. So I want to thank them. And I'm ready for questions.
Such interesting research, and I love your experimental approach. I have a lot of thoughts and questions, but I think I'll just ask one. So you talked a lot about cognitive control, but then I noticed with the flankers task, it seemed like, if I'm remembering correctly, you were reporting reaction time.
Yeah.
So have you also looked at performance, like error rates?
Yeah,
accuracy?
yeah, so I did look at error rates, and basically there was no significant effect of the condition on error rates, which I think actually further supports this, because basically they didn't become worse at the task. They were just as good at like getting the correct answer, but they were faster at it. So yeah, basically there is no effect on accuracy.
Okay.
Thanks. A great talk. Again, just much like Kyle said, super interesting results. I was wondering, there's a couple of different things I would like to ask you. One is the decoupling or kind of conceptual decoupling between anxiety and arousal, because it seems to me that what you're seeing is essentially this shock-induced arousal effect.
Yeah.
And which seems a little bit different than how you're talking about anxiety. So could you comment on that, please?
Can you like make the questions a little bit more specific?
Well, so how do you, those are conceptually overlapping, and so I'm just wondering how you.
How I would like separate them out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I do feel they're a little bit difficult to disentangle, but basically what I found was that arousal itself, like if the arousal was high, but the participants reported low subjective anxiety, that arousal did not predict slower reaction time. So I guess to me, it seems like there is this interaction where just being aroused isn't enough to be disruptive, but if you're both aroused and you kind of perceive that arousal as like an anxiety, a subjective anxiety, that combination specifically seems to be disruptive. However, I do think these conceptual questions are pretty hard to disentangle, like generally in the field. But yeah, my interpretation is that the subjective anxiety component matters quite a lot. Like arousal itself is not disruptive, not as disruptive as when it's like coupled with subjective anxiety.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up? Yeah. So could you explain how many times did they go through these trials?
Yeah. So how many like countdowns?
Yeah.
There were 36 countdowns. So it was like 9 per condition.
Have you looked at the habituation effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question. So I will say I don't think they really got habituated over time. So like there was a kind of slight decrease. Or you mean specifically like for arousal or subjective anxiety?
Both, but probably arousal because you have the
greatest
skin
arousal.
yeah.
Yeah, the greatest arousal was like on the first countdown. So, and this is true basically for all the participants. Like the first time that they were watching the numbers, they had the greatest arousal, and then it kind of very steadily went down after basically the first or second countdown. After that, there's kind of slight habituation, but it was more like this effect where like the really first one like really scared people, and it also seemingly didn't really matter if it was threat or non-threat. It was just like the novelty of it. But overall, like after that, there was a slight habituation. And for subjective anxiety, there was also a slight decline for both the like mild, like neutral condition and the shock condition. But like importantly, they never like collapsed. You know what I mean? Like they were always separate. Like that, no matter how far into the experiment they were, they always still felt more anxiety and were more responsive to the threat than the no threat condition.
Thank you.
All right, unfortunately, because of time, we have time for one more question.
Excellent talk. I have a quick question. So, the subjects that you had, did you know if anyone was on anxiety controlling medication, for example? I don't know if you can ask that, but that seems to be a fact.
We screen them out actually, yeah. So like basically on SONA and yeah, we list the kind of requirements, like normal vision, normal motor response, and we screen out people who have like any neurological disorder or are on any psychiatric medications. So we do screen those out. But yeah, that's a good question because yeah, potentially being on medication could interact with this. Yeah, but we screen those people out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadu. All right, next up, we have committee updates and awards before we break for lunch. So just hang in there, folks. We're almost there. First up, we have the Miller Lab update presented by Celine Becker and Sarah Leslie.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here to introduce a new Minicon award that I believe will be meaningful to the community. This award is being created to honor a person who many of us were grateful to have known, someone who influenced and inspired us. Courtney Dirtle earned her PhD from PBS just last year, where she studied memory and decision-making with a primary interest in episodic recall. After graduating, she joined the Justice Collaboratory at the Yale Law School, where she was applying psychological research to understand public trust in prosecutors' offices around the country. Courtney was deeply committed to grounding her research in real-world contexts with the ultimate goal of advancing fairness and justice in the legal system. Several months ago, Courtney passed away. Her passing was sudden and unexpected, and it felt as though a light had gone out. But what is clear to everyone who knew her is how much she gave while she was here, not just to her work, but to other students and to the people around her. Courtney was a community builder, driven and determined. She ambitiously sought spaces for others to grow. In her first year as a PhD student, she founded the PUGS program, a free initiative designed to help students navigate the graduate school application process. She served as a graduate student mentor for the McNair Scholars Program, which supports first-generation, low-income, and historically underrepresented students in pursuing advanced degrees. She also hosted summer workshops focused on GRE prep and graduate school applications. And in the Miller Lab, she supervised dozens of undergraduate researchers, providing hands-on guidance and support. As a recipient of the NSF Graduate Research Fellowship, she advised graduate students applying for the award, sharing her insights and experiences to help others succeed. And beyond titles and roles, Courtney lived out the spirit of mentorship in everyday ways by being someone that others could turn to for honest, thoughtful support. Courtney had a contagious can-do attitude. She embodied a growth mindset, believing that potential is not fixed and that what matters most is your willingness to try, to stay curious, and to move forward even when things feel daunting. She emphasized the power of attitude when approaching a new project, and she never discouraged people from being themselves. Many people said the same thing about Courtney, that she believed in me before I believed in myself. Over and over, her friends and mentees spoke about how Courtney helped them see a more glowing and expansive picture of the possibilities of their own lives, and to see that within them were strengths waiting to be harnessed and abilities waiting to take shape, if only they dared to try. And when they did try, they didn't just achieve more, they transformed into more confident, more self-actualized versions of themselves. That's what mentorship at its best can do. So starting next year, we'll be presenting the Dr. Courtney Dirtle Mentorship Award at MiniCon. This award will go to a second-year graduate student who shows exceptional dedication to mentoring others, whether through supervising undergraduate research assistants, holding mentorship roles at UCSB or elsewhere, building access programs, excelling as a teaching assistant, or offering outstanding support through other meaningful avenues. This award honors Courtney's enduring commitment to mentorship and encourages future students to follow in her footsteps by making mentorship a central and lasting part of their academic lives. It's not easy to sum up Courtney's influence, but this award in her name is one way we'll carry her spirit forward. It reminds us that mentorship isn't peripheral, it's at the heart of how we grow, both individually and as a community. Helping others recognize their strengths and build their paths is one of the most meaningful contributions any of us can make. This award honors the kind of mentorship Courtney exemplified, generous, empowering, and grounded in the belief that we rise by lifting others. Finally, I want to share that the Dr. Courtney Dirtle Foundation has been established to honor Courtney's memory and continue her legacy. The foundation supports work that reflects what she cared about most, research that serves society, and academic spaces that welcome and include. So if you'd like to learn more, you can scan the QR code or visit the website using the link provided here. But as Courtney would say, follow your heart. Thank you.
Just gonna leave the screen up there in case anyone wants to take a photo of the QR code. Next up, we have the Graduate Executive Committee presented by Connor Gibbs.
Hello, everyone. One of the
goals for the GEC is to continue to provide opportunities for the department to grow in community, especially between areas. So in addition to sort of a reminder and update, that's one of our goals, where we facilitate social events every quarter. Courtney was a key part of that for several quarters, serving alongside Ian as MCs for several trivia nights. So her loss continues to be felt, even in that respect. Beyond providing opportunities for growing our community here, the GEC continues to support and advocate for increased transparency and communication between faculty and departmental leadership and graduate students. Predominantly through two mechanisms. First, through our quarterly newsletter that goes out to all of the graduate students, where departmental committees provide quarterly reports on their progress towards their various goals. Additionally, the GEC meets quarterly with Mary and Shannon, the business officer for the department, to provide both feedback on ongoing projects, as well as to serve as just another touch point to provide graduate student feedback to the department. So yeah, that's pretty much kind of our update and a reminder of what we've been working on. One last call out, at the end of all of our newsletters, there is a link to an anonymous feedback survey that's administered by the GEC. So if at any time you would like to provide anonymous feedback to any portion of the department, please feel free to make use of that link. Any feedback you provide is anonymous and goes directly to the GEC, and then we facilitate the delivery to whichever part of the department it is most relevant for. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Next up, we have formally the DEI committee. I won't spoil it by letting Karen Zulinski share updates on what we've been up to.
So yeah, so the new name is not official because we need to vote on it, but this is something we're floating because I like to be called an ace at what I do. But yeah, so we've been pretty busy this year. Of course, we've all been feeling the stress and strain of the various different changes that are happening economically, politically, socially. And so what we've done, and actually I've got the update. There we go. So what we spent the first 2 parts of the year working on really is trying to figure out ways to best support our undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral scholars, as well as international faculty. So what we did was do a lot of revisions to the DEI website to try to put as many resources up there as possible. And as we all recall, it was kind of like COVID days. Well, it still feels like COVID days to me. That the policies were changing continuously. So we put links then to the UC system-wide updates and all of that to try to keep everybody informed as best we possibly could, because we're all struggling trying to keep up with everything. With regards to that, we created some new flyers. Brandon Wu was very engaged in doing that to try to support students who might have questions or concerns about things that were going on in campus. And then our second big focus, because the one we really wanted to focus on was trying to build community here. So thanks to Chi and Kayla, they put in for a taco grant, and that was able to help us support the workshop that we had just recently on motivational interviewing. We also, because there were lots of questions that were raised during the PRP review regarding the hiring process and what goes into the hiring process, we held a little mini hiring how-to workshop that I think the feedback generally was very positive. And the grad students gave us lots of different ideas about other sorts of professional development related workshops. So I'm really hoping in the next year, if I continue to be chair, that we can work with the GEC to try to maybe bridge some of these professional development issues that folks have raised. Right now, please, everybody, I'm compiling all of our graduate student related activities that we have engaged in over the past school year, because I need to send in the block diversity grant. For those of you who are not familiar with this, this is extra money that we can get if we do a good job on the Block Diversity Grant. And we've been very, very successful with this. This helps us fund graduate students and other activities related to graduate students. So if you've done any sort of recruitment efforts, mentoring efforts, promotion efforts, pipeline related efforts with respect to graduate students. So this is the key for this Block Diversity Grant, but this can include things that Courtney did, like holding workshops and whatnot for undergrads to help prepare them for grad school applications, etc. That's all part of recruitment. So please email me your activities and then I'll sort them all out and get them in on time. Last thing I want to mention is we've got what I hope to be is a very successful community building event coming up. It is on the lunch hour of our graduation ceremony. So I encourage any of the graduates this year, if you want to invite your friends and family, they're more than welcome to attend. I haven't set up a sign-up sheet or anything for this, but we will make a flyer and send around reminders. But the hope is that everybody will bring some food from their favorite culture or their ethnicity. And the goal is to create something like this. I did this during COVID for the elementary school, but to come up with a little recipe book, a digital recipe book for the department where we can share the recipes that we have brought. So stay tuned for that, but I may ask you to do a bit of homework and prepare a little recipe book entry for us. But with that, I will turn it over so that we can get through all this.
Thank you, Karen. Next up, we have Chris McFerrin sharing updates on the Graduate Admissions Committee.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So this year was obviously a little bit difficult in terms of admissions, and going into our cycle this season, we weren't really sure how to approach it with a lot of the uncertainties, and we knew that we would be potentially, have a reduction in some of our TA resources. I am here to say, after some amazing planning, I think, by everybody on our committee, and I want to give a really big thank you and shout out to Rich, Niels, Brandon, and Andy for all of their help this year on the admissions committee. We had to make some hard decisions, like only allowing serial offers rather than faculty being able to make 2 offers at one time in the hope of admitting 1 student. Use just 1 offer at one time, which is very difficult to do, to truly try and bring in the best talent. But the good news is that after the amazing work by our faculty and their abilities to recruit heavily, we set our target at 13 students and we hit it right on the head. And so we have 13 brand new amazing students coming in this year to replace, unfortunately, some of our students that are leaving. We wish you guys all the best, of course, but knock on wood, I'm not going anywhere. So hopefully I'll talk to you guys in the future. But like I said, we are in a good position. I was looking at our projections for next year in terms of TA ships and the incoming students and everything, and we're actually doing quite well right now, which is very, very good news for the 25-26 academic year. So we'll be sending out more information about orientation and things like that and getting everybody onboarded. And so obviously we encourage you guys to come and say hi and introduce yourselves to the new graduate student. So thank you everyone for your help, and thank you again to the committee for a lot of hard work this year. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Barry Giesbrecht sharing updates on the Graduate Training Committee.
Hi, everyone. So the Graduate Training Committee, the charge of the committee is to devise and revise the current PhD program. It was established a number of years ago, way back in 2018, and it's been a long process. I want to acknowledge the current committee, who I co-chair with Dan, Conroy Beam, Niels Reimer, Ron Kieflin, and Takal and Mengsi, as well as Chris and Catherine. The revision to the graduate program has been a long process. It has required a lot of feedback from faculty and graduate students. Those of you who have been here for a little bit may recall receiving surveys about desires, what the current program is missing, and what you'd like to see. it really started with the development of a graduate student profile, what we think and what collectively we value as a department, and what we view as what students should be leaving with the program with. And we have devised and revised a new program to try and achieve that. This past Tuesday, the faculty reviewed an entire proposal and approved a proposal for a revised PhD program. That proposal will be distributed to the graduate students shortly, but throughout the entire process, students have provided input, and that has been extremely valuable. We hope that this program will really set us up for a sustainable, successful, and excellent training opportunity for students who come into our program, really building on the success that you've all established over the last number of years. So we really thank you for that. And we, as I mentioned, we will be continuing to provide this information to you, seek your input as we go through the approval process at the campus level. So thank you.
All right, now for faculty members who are presenting an award, please use this time to go to the back of the room with the food tables to get the award. And next up, while that's happening, we're going to have updates on prize by our one and only Alessandra Iadipelli.
I appreciate the opportunity to give an update here. This past year, thanks to a small grant from the UCSB Equity and Mental Health Fund, I launched a new support group for grad students with chronic illness. Shout out to Jo too, she was really helpful. Yeah, this group is called RISE, which stands for Resilience and Illness Student Empowerment. I've struggled with chronic illness myself, and it's made my first couple years of grad school just a little extra hard. So I wanted to reach out and build a community around that, help other grad students who might be going through similar struggles. So I want this group to be as inclusive as possible, open to all grads across campus, not just those in PBS, which is kind of tough. So I need a lot of help to get the word out and grow this. And I want this also to be open to anyone who identifies with having a chronic condition. So that could be a physical illness, a mental illness, something with invisible symptoms. There's no requirement to have a diagnosis. Really just if you feel you could benefit, we want to have you. So far, I've hosted 2 events, one kickoff in the fall where I distributed some very loaded self-care goodie bags. And then I had a sunset yoga event in the winter quarter where we had snacks and tea, and it was lovely. So the goal moving forward is to continue to host 1 to 2 group events per quarter, and to continue to get funding for this. Like I said, I really want to foster community building and give grads an opportunity for self-care and chronic illness management, because it's really important during grad school. This is a really challenging time, as you all know. It's been a little slow to get off the ground, I think, with any new club or group. So like I said, I need your help. My goal is to generate more interest campus-wide, and hopefully just install this group as something that outlasts my time here at UCSB. So please reach out to me if you're interested, if you know someone who might be interested. If you have questions or if you want to help me organize this and kind of like be my leadership buddy, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's the time of the day for our coveted awards ceremony. So first up, presenting the Greg Ashby Award, we have Dr. Barry Giesbrecht.
Thank you. So the Greg Ashby Award was established a couple of years ago to honor senior CPCN student who exhibited outstanding achievements in research, teaching, service, and mentorship, all of the qualities that Greg really embodied in our department over the years. As we have in the past, this year we had a number of fantastic nominees, and this year's award winner is Dr. Fengzheng Zhao. Nice. Thanks, I just want to highlight a couple of important things. First off, she defended yesterday. Right. She has truly embodied the spirit of this award. She has her research on the intersection between emotion and effective science and education and learning has really been important. She is highly productive, proving the adage that graduate students' apple does not fall far from the advisor's tree. She's got 13 publications in a short amount of time. She has recently been offered and accepted a faculty position at Ningjiang Normal University back in China. So we congratulate her on that. Over the years, she's demonstrated just a high capacity for excellent mentorship and service. She has been heavily involved in the CPCN Graduate Organizing Committee, the Seminar Organizing Committee. She's organized and kind of herded the cast during grad admissions over the last couple of years, which is a huge task. And she's just been a great, and as you all know, a fantastic contributor to our department. So I can't think of a better award winner for the Ashby 2025 Ashby Award. I also do want to thank David Sherman and the Alumni Council for sponsoring plaques this year for all of our award winners. So in addition to her Fang Zheng's name being on the larger plaque in the department, all of our award winners will also be receiving a plaque that they can.
Thank you very much.
We get a picture.
Just come over here once you're done for a little picture. 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. All right, coming up next, we have the Charles McClintock Award presented by Dr. David Sherman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Barry, for acknowledging the plaques. And I just want to give a shout out to Deb Betancourt, who's here, our PBS Alumni Council chair. Thanks for all you're doing for our graduate student community and our entire PBS community. So on behalf of the social psychology area, it's my pleasure to present the Chuck McClintock Award. I'd like to begin by quoting something from Dave Messick, a longtime faculty member, to just describe a little bit about Chuck McClintock. He was the first social psychologist on the faculty and the chair of the department. When he retired, the social personality program had grown and earned international distinction. More than any other single person, Chuck McClintock guided and nurtured the development of this program, and those who were privileged to be associated with it knew that its distinctive collegiality, inclusiveness, and energy were the unique legacy of its founder. So when he passed, the faculty at that time and his students and friends all created this award in his honor. His longtime friend and colleague, Dave Hamilton, describes this award as not a service award, not a teaching award, nor is it a best researcher award. It's the person or people who personify as best as possible the combination of all three. So this year, the social psychology area is very happy to have 2 McClintock winners, Liz Quinn Jensen and Connor Gibbs. I'll say a few words about each from their mentors who nominated them. Zoe Lieberman, who nominated Liz, writes, Liz personifies each component of the McClintock Award. Her research asks deeply interesting questions about identity, centering on people with intermediate identities, such as being biracial or bisexual. Her work has been published in top-tier social psychology journals and recognized with research grants. Liz has championed undergraduate students through mentoring, honors thesis projects, and including her mentors as co-authors on her publications. On top of this, Liz works to make the department and social area a more welcoming place, including by working closely with Shelley Gable, who was our chair, to secure funding, and then coordinating a UC HBCU summer research program for students from Morehouse University. After graduation, Liz will begin a presidential postdoctoral fellowship at Princeton University. Congratulations. Second winner is Connor Gibbs, and as Connor's nominator and mentor, I will be describing a little bit about Connor. Connor is a recipient of the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship and really embodies as well the spirit of McClintock Award. He has conducted path-breaking research on how variations in lived experience via cultural differences or in terms of military experience influence how people compensate for lack of control in their lives. This work has led to publications and conference presentations and opportunities for Connor to serve as a mentor for our diverse UCSB community, where he's provided great mentorship for many students, including many students who are veterans or part of military families, something he's really strived to do. Finally, as we just heard, as chair of the Graduate Executive Committee from 2021 through 2025, Connor has built community through fun events like murder mysteries, trivia, and ice skating, as well as by serving an important role as a conduit between the faculty and the graduate students. After graduation, Connor will start a postdoctoral position at Duke University. Very happy to celebrate these two winners along with our other departmental winners, and won't you come up and get your cool new plaque.
Three. Congratulations, you guys.
Up next, we have Dr. Karen Zalewski presenting the Henry Carlisle Award.
Am I like the only faculty member who had spare time this week to put together some slides? I must have been, or I was procrastinating on something. So I'm very happy to be up here to present our candidate and winner of the Harry Carlisle Memorial Award. Unfortunately, Harry passed before I joined the department. But I do know from speaking with older members who have now all retired that he was a really, really influential member of the department, not just in terms of his excellent science, but particularly in terms of his mentoring. And actually, when I was looking around online for pictures of Harry, I found this picture from someone who is now retired themselves, but commented a lot on how Harry truly, through his mentoring, truly shaped his career trajectory, and that he was a very sharing, kind, and generous individual. And so after Harry's passing, which was rather unexpected, the neuroscience and behavior area founded the award to basically celebrate sound scholarship, strong research record, and importantly, particularly for me, as someone who's been highly involved in the DEI committee, concern for others, and in particular, the functioning of the neuroscience and behavior area. And this year's winner is my dear graduate student, Laura Huerta Sanchez. And for those of you who don't know Laura, she came from Michigan, actually with quite an impressive bachelor's degree and all sorts of research experience. But during her time here, she's won several awards. Most notably, she participated in the NSF California HSI Alliance Fellowship, where she basically commute back and forth from here in Channel Islands and was able to bolster her teaching experience and mentor students down there. And because of these efforts that we have in our department, we now have a wider pipeline, at least from Channel Islands. More recently, she was just awarded an F99 scholarship, which she has used this past year to support her during her PhD research. And she's received several travel awards, including one to go to Panama City last June. I didn't get to go to Panama City, but she got to go to Panama City and present her research. Right now, she's got 2 peer-reviewed publications. We've got 2 under review and 3 in progress. In fact, she just sent it to me to edit while I'm here at MiniCon. And she's been absolutely fantastic in terms of research presentations. And you got to remember that some of this was during COVID. So she had 13 conference presentations, and I'm not sure how many she'll be on for the submission deadline for the neuroscience conference. The abstracts are due next week. And she's been absolutely fantastic. But I think what really, really is striking about Laura, and one of the reasons I felt that she was highly deserving of this award, is her mentorship. And all my grad students in my lab mentor a lot of undergraduates, but Laura loves to take on honors thesis students. So this year alone, she's got 3 honors students. She's had 5 over the past couple of years. These students come from both psychology as well as MCDB, and she's mentored countless other undergrads, 11 that I could count. And these include summer students coming in through our ARC program, as well as students coming from outside our institution through the NIDA Summer Research Program. Because of this high level of mentorship, I nominated her, and I think the department has put her forward for the Fiona and Michael Goodchild Mentoring Award. And in addition to that, she's served the neuroscience and behavior area by serving as the graduate student rep on the teaching professor search that hired Dr. Scudder, and has TA'd, and I would like to point out particularly her efforts in TAing for my lab course. She's been literally my go-to from the moment COVID hit, ran around with a video camera with me to create videos and everything so that we could offer the course online. She's also for 4 years TA'd for 10A, so it's been a tremendous effort on the level of TA-ship. But I think also because this is an award that also reflects community, that I would be remiss if I did not say that Laura has been a really dear friend to all of the other graduate students in particularly neuroscience and behavior, whether they be at conferences. So this is a conference in Canada. We had the morning off, so I watched it. They're all dressed up. They went for a walk. I stayed in the room. Up in DC, here's my lab last year at the end of the year, and a lot of those students with their lovely sashes were all undergrad mentees. And then here's Laura over here with the whole crew that were involved in that HSI initiative. And if you have a baby, she will also mentor that little young child. So there's just words cannot express how supportive Laura has been to all of us. And as her mentor, oh God, I can't cry now. My mascara's gonna run. As her mentor, she seriously kept my lab heady steady the whole way through. So Laura, please come on down. We got it. That one? Yeah. I took it out of the bubble wrap for you.
Congratulations.
Notice in every pic, oh, I don't have it up there. She's standing next to me, like holding me up. So, okay. Great.
Next up, we have Dr. Jim Bruni presenting the Daphne Bugenthal Award.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to present the first ever Daphne Bugenthal Award for Outstanding Graduate Student in Developmental and Evolutionary Psychology. Daphne was actually the founder of the Devo area many years ago. She passed away a few years ago, and as someone who knew her, I think it's really nice that we have this award to commemorate her contributions to the department now. She was also the chair of the hiring committee that hired me, so she may have made at least one mistake during the course of her career. But the award recognizes an advanced graduate student who exemplifies 3 characteristics or features about Daphne that we all value. First is excellence in basic science research. So Daphne studied child development and parental investment in kids. And she actually developed an intervention program that showed clinical efficacy in reducing rates of child abuse, which is quite an accomplishment. The second is her dedication to mentoring. So there were generations of graduate students and even faculty colleagues that she mentored effectively. And then finally, her service to the department, to the area, and to the broader community. As I mentioned, she founded DEVO. She was also the chair of PBS. And then finally, something people might not be aware of, but going way back to the 1970s, her system-wide work, apparently she was instrumental in bringing parental leave to the University of California. So we're pleased then to announce this year's winner who embodies all three of those characteristics. I'll announce the winner and then read a paragraph from their advisor. So the winner is Dylan Bankley. The advisor, Lena Cosmides, is overseas, but she wrote a surprisingly concise paragraph. I didn't know that was even in the realm of possibility. But this is what she says. Dylan's research proposes there are many varieties of cooperation, each with its own cognitive foundation. Recognizing that humans are the only collaborative foragers among the great apes, Dylan's research asks whether our minds reliably develop a computational system specialized for collaborating with one another. So far, his rigorous and innovative research says yes. Dylan is a dedicated mentor whose students have nominated him for 2 different teaching awards and a generous and cooperative member of the Devo community, evidenced most recently by his efforts organizing the California workshop on evolutionary social sciences. So congratulations, Dylan.
And lastly, we have Dr. Skermatis Denisonis presenting the Rich Mayer Award.
Hello, everyone. So our last award is the Richard Mayer Award for Outstanding Research Contribution in Psychology, which, as you can see, recognizes the second-year psychology graduate student who presents the best research paper at our minicon. And that gets determined by the Graduate Affairs Committee. Basically, the way it works, we get nominations, we read papers, we look at the comments, we have reviewers. Eventually, a decision is made. So I should also mention that obviously this award was established by our own Professor Rich Mayer, whom you know, and I don't see him. Oh,
Right
yes,
there.
actually, okay. Yeah, so thank you so much. This is amazing to have it. And so we've been giving it, for a few years, and it's a highly prestigious award that, again, we give out each year. So this year, the committee got together, discussed it, looked at the nominations, and a decision was made. So the decision is as follows. The winner is Shibu Shema. So I myself don't know Shibu well, but the comments that we got from the reviewers and committee were just absolutely amazing. So people commented on the quality of his research, on all the components of that research. So including the hypotheses, building, the testing, the result analysis, all of it. And in fact, what I gathered from all these comments, and that's sort of literally in the comments, essentially, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but we just should stop messing around, give you a PhD, and be done with it. And I'm closely approximating what's in here. So anyway, congratulations. Very happy to have you in the department. And just thank you for excellent research. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, picking this areas.
And I forgot to mention this, but that's the most important. That's really nice job.
Let's get you in the middle there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, these are good.
Sorry. 1, 2. Perfect. Let's have the one.
Congrats, Shibu. As we break for lunch, we'll like to have the afternoon speakers and their mentors have first dip on the food. So Mabel, Alessandro, Lily, and Shannon, and your corresponding advisors, please make your way to the back where there's lovely empanadas. Gluten-free and vegan attendees, please join the line as well with the second years and their mentors. And thanks for everyone's attention. We'll meet here back at 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, exact. Well, maybe I don't know. If you try to. Right. Like people, that's, they were. But like, I sat with this, you like, let's say you know, you know, we not understand the rules, maybe. If you know, it's, you know. Right. Short back. Thanks, Brian. Sorry. No, this is I'm glad you, this is the right, with last report, to guess you on Sunday, right? Then to play video, it's happening. Yeah. So, wait. Yeah. It's really nice. Yeah, no. Should know. Hold on, you get the No, for those meetings. You know, there's two things that I asking not read that. Yeah, what happened in years to tell me. And what's from the moment, in my mouth. It gets harder when I heard you using exactly the mothers. It's like really easy. I don't know what's about it.
No, it's sort of great. I was not really know. It is, I mean, it is. It's just one of
That's fine. Getting punished. I'm gonna just luckily you're. Right, it's up, take this. Damn, scratch, and I get in this, on grabbers, tea, and every. If you gotta tell you how many times I'm gonna keep an undergrad out, I'm like, that's okay. That's it. Are they going to Rex? So you've got, that's like, I don't know, that's, well, I'm the ten, should. And then, one break. So this one hits y'all. This is a practicing on this. Yeah, I'm gonna be control. Yeah. Like, well, I didn't need to like that. It's a lot of breakers. But. So I told you, not just, but not just knowing to do what not to do and how to watch and not working at. It's not. Yes, and it's like. I want to say, now, unfortunately, my, I think that source of my his first year. Was. He was in retrospect, now, with that, he was difficult. And so it was imagined he was showing us. Like, generally, it's.
being open and excited and full of energy and it's really good. But still, it's you're gonna have opportunities. There can be things stuff. So keep also important stuff. Like, what's your greatest this is positive. Rather than sorry, but now you are thinking of that, right? You're creating. And that, something. Right, exactly. Yeah.
It's on my phone. No, I did not see.
For the essential, so you can get the people. Your light it covers no one's view now has no. Oh my God. Which amount of money? That and so hard. That's all. Speak more and stuff, but it's just. Since it's and yeah, well. It's arts like you have kids, I mean, you get to live, but parts of the life, it's just small. To say, it's funny getting you growing, yeah, it's like I don't want to recommend. What? So choose everything. So it's stage here. And then teaching the last year from that output time. And so you get sort of the second line. Now it's the next thing. Right. We're time. And this is 16 high school. I thought the kids have an empty house or it's certainly. And then plus the next thing will change. Life for you. Honestly, we're not through narratives. But some of it's like. What is it? This is strange remark. It's as if you find your spouse again. Yes, in the middle, you can go there over it's in the bottom. Yes, it was there. Interesting, I think, in me, because you're much older, and yet you're needing identity. Isn't it will just. It's no longer, it's like dating, sometimes like tend to say, okay, I'm gonna look around, but you're, it seems to get older, really give us. Well, there's similar things that are super many business. I don't know, I don't do it. I think that's important. It's everything. So, but I'm looking forward to this, I mean, we'll. It's very well. See, some other things, so I was. Like. My soulmate and so he's like, but I. I heard the thing, my wife and have this, is our. All she's. English one, so someone's all this. That's all this is being called letters. What is just being old fashioned of some things. That some things Jack will be not great, people about things, they go spiders. Or you can figure out this some of the things and so forth, you should see some. Because I think it is this fact is there is this with correct and protein, which is crazy, but by something sure to. Right. All three, this was the day left. Right. Science, I guess. So. Right. A lot better. But I think when I'm correct into this sort of an option, like the sort of just kind of the buyers. That makes sense, that's just easy. So now you figure it out, so sometimes it's a little so where's that something. See, I think with that, not just you just also if you purchase something like the one you will need it probably restored to yeah, there's something that like that's not too bad. Changes it can go to here or something. So yes, we just yeah, she's just policy is you swipe them, you should you swipe it there. Make that decision. Save them first, but sooner or later something will happen in the loss. If you work out. You will not be tested for 2 different seasons. This is always going to be two drugs. This is another thing of use this. Oh, I get 2 different over this new therapy. Right. But no, it has to be what? 12 sales. I assume actually the subconscious feels there's some other things back in it. Yeah, but that's true. Although maybe this also mixed, but the like very hard to show. They know the difference. It's very, it's very like. You never get this. So maybe that's why this is certain things that people actually don't believe. Right. Right. Bring back this intelligence. It really is not something that people so emerging. Right. No, people so triggering. I feel it's just about so you just don't know what's happening. Yeah, I think you can't get this is now and the good say at least in the regardless of that's right, but I think it's gonna fall on it, but there's so many non-verbal abuse that I may also like that, how these minds work. Well, at least it's sometimes a lot of solid abuse, and I think be able to explain. It's just that person was the fact, just get what's ever you belong something much of himself. That's right. And laugh, so that's a body language, the ethnofiction. I saw Ryan. And I'll be right, this is not asking me, when this was just so yeah, the usually we can find me in real
It's all the way across. So yeah, you know, like, so it sounds very good on it. But it's six, but. It's very difficult, yeah. Because it's. So that's.
Yeah. So like, I might. I might, my phone, I guess like you can really access it, probably not on it. But right, we have work so it's not. Brings me. Oh, okay. There's something that humans needs not. So things they have. First analogy, we're not, they go through some percent. And so sometimes invited now that it's short. So means that there's always through stories and what. I believe that there's it's like the best analogy of the like like solar like solar fields and everything. In terms of push. The Gavin. Like Gavin, such as these. In my hair, because of that things. There being something for homes. So it's a trouble to take the lectures. They don't know what to do the decades, so I think it was like. Yeah, it's only a training from off. Like beautiful. It's a text. When it's do things and everything. It's not from I think. You are. That's what it was one part is so big connections. That they're not the same. Yeah, they're not supposed to expect the rest. They're like the system. So that's a truth. When it seems like it's not the state and everything out here. Already, yeah. And then Jesus and something second person with the different crowds. It's increasing. Sites and just the different versions of it's okay. I think that's. What is the my. You show, yeah, it's for kids. Remember, sometimes that. They think have the arts. He was really good, and then after I'm like, at the time, so I put a thing like oh yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. That's when we started quickly. We weren't really on that again. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's just my
And I was thinking about what time to go. Yeah, that was interesting. So it's kind of. Right, or like, no, wait, or yeah, it's job, but it's just not. It's so famous that. It's not making my mind. Of course, we would be certain. It's still developed. It's happening. It's getting. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know. That's it. Oh, so we. Yeah. Here, remember looking here, like I never, the back row. Yeah, I was nervous, but yeah, I also very remember like songs girls, so like yeah, like I can okay. Yeah, that's yeah, no, that's all. I don't know. Yeah, this is nothing. I mean, like, yeah, for the practice. Yeah, I feel like sleep. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna so much. This is this happen was doesn't prefer not to expression gets to certain little needs. It's very difficult. It's not slightly it's not that. So anything on the soul differences. But it's but the past story, see what I mean? Up, yeah, sorry, what's it nice? Yeah, I mean, that is. Maybe, so it's in. Make it becomes like. This is, it's. And then the last minute to confirm that she was actually acting. Instead of what system, my wife and the ones and personal visits and give it's and this is say no results. Yeah, it's not a actually it's pressure. That makes flash like this. So It's well. Yep. Yeah, but. Tell us. Others? Yes. So I'm gonna, if you haven't heard about it, that's what we think. Fair, if you see this kid say, and it's like. Backyard truck things. Have your. Oh, oh yeah, it was product sign on. Words. So there's lights. Yes. Actually, it's like when I just want to like get home and I'm tired and it's relax. No, it's nice. There's one. Word.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining back after lunch. I hope everyone had some lovely empanadas and it's bed. Next up, I'm going to present our next speaker. We have Mabel Zhou from the Spatial Thinking Lab, presenting her work on navigation under stress. They say research is me search, and there are only two types of people who study navigation: those that don't get lost and those that do, like all the time. Your guess which one Mabel is. In addition to being one of the friendliest faces in this department, Mabel is an avid skydiver and has skydived all over the world, probably because it's easier to navigate up there. Mabel can be seen jumping and sliding out of planes in many poses. One of them being how she's posing in this adorable baby picture, probably. Today, she'll be talking about spatial anxiety and how stress affects spatial efficiency. So with that, let us welcome Mabel to the podium.
Thanks for the introduction, Kayla. And if everyone happened to be in the talk during the morning, it feels like my talk might be like a follow-up side to her research because I study how stress influences cognition in natural lasting environment. So in our daily lives, we always encounter situations such as being late for appointment and require us to navigate under stress. And more importantly, in the recent tragic event of Palisade Fire, firefighters need to navigate efficiently under stress to save life, caused by like threat of fire or time pressure. And imagine we are resident living close to Gaji Villa, and the path we regularly travel to a safe place, such as the beach area, is blocked by fire. And it's quite important for us to be able to find alternative route is to escape from the fire quickly. So if recent increasing evidence suggests that a negative impact of stress on navigation. So acute stress might impair our ability to retrieve flexible representation of the environment, and that lead us to take less efficient route. And it also shape us to make more habituated responses by taking the routes we're familiar with. And sometimes these routes might be inefficient. And the most recent study done by Washley et al. Here shows that after people learn the layout of the environment through an circular inefficient path through the maze featuring 12 landmarks, navigating between these landmarks under stress caused by time pressure, threatening music, and limited visibility reduce people's wayfinding success and efficiency. So while this research highlights the negative impact of stress on navigation, field research have explored how we can train people to be resilient to stress. And that's on the interest of the current study. So one potential approach is to expose people to stress when they learn the layout of the environment. And this draws on both context-dependent memory model that memory is best retrieved when the learning and retrieving contexts are matched, and also the stress habituation model that exposing people to moderate level of stress help to form resilience and reduce its negative impact. So we want to apply this theory to navigation, and it's possible that exposing people to stress during learning will help to form resilience and lead to more efficient wayfinding. However, stress exposure training might increase people's mental demand, and that impair learning and lead to worse efficient wayfinding. So we want to test whether stress exposure training will lead to the possibility of stress habituation or learning impairment. We're also interested in measuring stress through both objective and subjective measure. So common biological responses to stress include measure of sweat and measure of heart rate. However, factors other than stress, such as arousal and exercise, might lead to fluctuation in heart rate and might add noise to this measure. So a recent non-invasive technique called TREF can be helpful to account for this noise by applying a set of electrodes on people's arm and measuring people's resistance in blood flow. So we can then transform this measure to heart contractility, that is the amplitude of heart contraction. So higher contractility means the heart contracts harder, and that can be a more accurate indication of stress response. And other than objective stress measure, we're also interested in measuring people's psychological responses, include both self-report perceived stress during navigation and also stress-related traits such as spatial anxiety. Having multiple measures of stress help us to see how they are related to each other and how the stress measures are related to performance. So to summarize, we have two main goals of the current study. We're interested to evaluate the effectiveness of stress exposure training on later stressful navigation. And it's possible that exposing people to stress during learning help to form resilience and lead to more successful and efficient wayfinding and reduce perceived stress in later stressful trials. It's also possible that exposing people to stress during learning impair their knowledge of the environment and that lead to worse navigation success and efficiency. We're also interested in using TREF to measuring people's biological responses to stress and related to other performance measures. So in the current study, people first receive an interface training and then they learn the layout of an environment following an arrow-guided route for 6 times on a desktop virtual environment using mouse. During this time, we take 4 TREF measures And to ensure accurate traffic measure, we need to constrain the movement, and that's why we're doing this phase on desktop. We first take a baseline measure to evaluate people's initial physio state. Followed by that, we take another measure during the first 3 levels of learning, in which all participants learn in a clear sighting environment. Then we take another measure during the last 3 levels of learning, in which participants were randomly assigned to learn without stress but with white fog, or under stress induced by black fog and threatening music. We then take another measure of baseline to when people are at rest. Then we evaluate how well people learn the environment through a direction estimation test, in which people are asked to estimate relative direction between landmarks. And following by that, the wayfinding phase is conducted in immersive virtual environment while wearing a head-mounted display, and all participants complete 24 trials in total, with half of the trial simulating the non-stressful environment. And here's an example of a non-stressful trial. After each trial, people rated their perceived stress on a scale of 1 through 7. The other half of trials simulating the stressful learning environment, with 6 of the trial have a wall blocking people's initial path, and they need to find alternative route to the goal. So here's an example of a stressful block trial. This can be quite stressful. So we first look at just people's biological responses to stress during learning through heart contractility measured by Shred. So overall, we did not find any changes in contractility across the 4 measures that we took. We also did not see changes in contractility between groups. So that suggests that our stress manipulation during the learning phase might not lead to any detectable biological changes between groups. Then we evaluate how well both groups learn the environment. One measure we use is the pointing error from the direction estimation test. It's an error score, so higher number on the y-axis indicate more error made, and that can be an indication of worse learning. So we find a trend that the group learn under stress acquires slightly less knowledge of the environment. Another indication of learning we can look at is people's success reaching the goal, and higher number means more success, and that can be an indication of more learning. So we also find that the stressful learning group was overall less successful compared to the control group in all type of wayfinding trials. So both the pointing error and the wayfinding success indicate that the stressful learning group acquired less knowledge of the environment. Then we look for if we have any evidence for behavioral resilience by looking at people's wayfinding inefficiency between groups. And we calculate, especially in the stressful trial. So we calculate the access distance, that is the amount of extra distance people travel compared to the most optimal path. With higher number indicates more access distance travel and more wayfinding efficiency. So that's an indication of worse performance. So we didn't find significant group differences across all type of wayfinding trial, indicate no evidence for behavioral resilience. And taking together both success rate I presented earlier and access distance, it shows that we have more evidence for learning impairment instead of forming behavioral resilience. While we don't find any evidence for behavioral resilience, we do find evidence for psychological resilience by looking at people's perceived stress rating during the wayfinding trials, with higher number indicating more reported stress. So as expected, both groups reported similar amount of stress in the non-stressful trial. But when moving on to the stressful trials, the stressful learning group tend to report feeling less stress, so that's an indication of forming psychological resilience in the similar stressful situation. And we reason that individual differences, such as trait anxiety, might play a role on benefit of stress exposure training. And we measure trait anxiety through self-report spatial anxiety scale that asks about people's general anxiety during navigation. And we find that exposing people with low anxiety to stress harm their performance. However, for people who have high spatial anxiety already struggle with efficient wayfinding, exposing them to stress during learning reduce their access distance and made them better than the control group with similar high spatial anxiety. In this study, we have 3 measures of stress. One biological measure by heart contractility using TRAP, and 2 other psychological stress measures, including self-report perceived stress rating and spatial anxiety. So we're interested to see how they're related to each other, and if TREF baseline contractility measure can help to identify people who tend to report more stress and tend to have high spatial anxiety. And we do find that increase in heart contractility in TREF baseline measure is associated with higher self-report stress rating and more spatial anxiety. It also predicts wayfinding performance such as success rate, and increase in TREF baseline is associated with less wayfinding success. So in conclusion, in the current study, the stress exposure training impairs spatial learning. It helped to form psychological resilience, but at the same time, we don't find any resilience in navigation performance, such as navigation success or efficiency. It seems to have a differential effect based on people's anxiety trait, that it benefits people with high anxiety, but it harms people with low anxiety. And when using TREF to measure people's biological responses to stress during the learning phase, it did not detect any group differences. However, it helped to identify people who came in feeling slightly more stressful, or people who tend to have high trait anxiety. It also predicts wayfinding success. So overall, in the future, if we can reduce learning impairment caused by the stress exposure training, this training can still be helpful for training emergency responder to build psychological resilience to stress and navigate efficiently under later stressful situation. And TREF can also help to identify people who will be benefiting more from the training. So that's the end of my talk. And I'd like to thank a big team contributing to the project, and a special thank to my advisor. And I can take any questions.
Great talk. I have a question about anxiety. So you find that people find a main factor for people high in anxiety. So you know that when we talk about any of the traits, for example, anxiety would have trait level and state level anxiety. When you measure anxiety toward navigation, people usually answer the scale would feel like this is like measuring their general like stable spatial anxiety. But do you think they will like be more anxious, like their state level will change when they are actually doing the experiment?
So we actually have both like state measure of anxiety and trait measure. So I would say the self-report perceived stress rating during the trial are more like their kind of state anxiety. And then like spatial anxiety measure is more like their trait anxiety, and both the state and trait anxiety are correlated with each other, suggesting that maybe kind of the higher, like people who tend to report feeling more stress at the state are also like people who have that kind of anxiety related trait.
Hi, people. Thank you for the great talk. I have a question regarding like, since for the TREV, it seems like during the learning phase you don't see like an effect, but then like over time for the different learning phase, do you actually see like a slight increase of like data that shows that what, because like at different timing people's anxiety level might be different, right?
Yeah, so we took 4 measures in total. So overall, it's pretty stable across the 4 measures we have. And also, we didn't really see like a group differences. So it's possible that either TREF did not pick out like our stress manipulation, or it's also maybe because like our stress manipulation is not too stressful to induce kind of that biological changes. But also at the same time, we don't want to over expose people to stress, because it's like really the moderate level of stress might help to build the habituation.
I wonder if just increasing like maybe give them some award, or like I don't know, increase the difficulty of the task might be enough to like trigger a more anxious response. Yeah, I've participated in some of your study and it's amazing. So good work.
Thanks.
I don't need a mic, I'm good. I was thinking, since we have those screens that in Hegina's lab, that maybe, as someone's navigating the maze, you have random screaming happen. That could also, because that music, it wasn't super creepy to me. I could see on the test, but the music wasn't as daunting. Whereas random weird screams in that might actually make the person wonder what the hell's going on, and that might bring up their anxious state.
Yeah, we did discuss before about potential of using, the police like sirens to scare people off, but then we ended up having to use it. But when you have the head mounted displays and being in the immersive environment, it actually feels a lot more scarier than you just watch your video.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I have a sort of related point to both of these points, and that is, sorry if I missed it, but what was the sort of granularity of your travel analysis relative to those actual, distinct moments in which they had potential increase in sympathetic arousal in the stress condition, right? When there was actually people being sick or like the actual event. One of the strengths of travel is that it has suburb like temporal resolution, right? So depending on how you average, you could average it quote unquote class, but rather anchor it at this discrete moments to see maybe part of the reason you're not seeing it when collapsing across that time is because the changes are rather quick.
Yeah, we actually, I did not show it here, but we actually have done those analysis because during the learning, we also have some particularly stressful event that people also see like a wall blocking their learn path. So we do compare that like 2 seconds after the wall, comparing before, like 2 seconds before. We also didn't see a change on that. But then another possibility is that so when during the learning, some people they're actually so there's also like a range of individual differences, and some people tend to feel more stressed. So they actually, when they're stressed by all these events, they make more movement, and then they either some people even kind of just move their arm out of the screen. But because of those movements, they also create noise to the data. Then we sometimes have to exclude those data. So I find maybe that's like another explanation of why we don't see an effect, because maybe we have to just already screen out people who like kind of feeling so stressful that like the measurement are no longer reliable measuring their stress.
Yeah, it seems like you have strong fact that you have baseline, meaning that you might also be running against a potential ceiling effect, right, of trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabel. One round of applause. All right, next up, we have Alessandra Iadipello of the Jacobs Cognitive Neuroendocrinology Lab, presenting her exciting work using aptamers to detect proteins in our body to study the neurobiology following contraceptive use. She's supported by the Chancellor's Fellowship, received the NSF GRFP Honorable Mention, and the Equity in Mental Health Grant to fund the graduate student support group that you heard from earlier before lunch, which is fitting because just talking to her is therapeutic. When asked about the most interesting thing about her, Alessandra didn't mention her research or awards. She said it's her twin. It's shown up here. And honestly, fair. Andre, her twin, is a social worker, DJ, musician, cat dad, and basically sounds like if you turn a group of project full of overachievers into one very cool sibling. Alessandra describes him as her best friend and her biggest support system. And Andre, if you're there joining via the internet, consider this your honorary co-intro. But there's more. Outside lab, Miss Alessandra brings the same level of curiosity and care to everything that she does. She's into homesteading and farming, not just because it's trendy, but because she genuinely enjoys coaxing life out of dirt like it's a personal challenge. She practices yoga, bakes bread from scratch, and yes, she has a sourdough starter named Cleo. She's the type of person who makes time for slow living without slowing down, the kind who will explain hormonal signaling 1 minute, then pull a perfectly fresh loaf of bread out of the oven the next. She's also living proof that you can rise to the occasion, in and out of lab. If you've ever thought you can't be a brilliant scientist and a main character, Alessandra is here to politely prove you wrong. Please join me in welcoming Alessandra to the podium.
Wow. Thank you, Kayla. Now that I'm all misty. Hello again. Today I'm going to be talking about my research project using precision proteomics to uncover the neurobiological effects of oral contraceptive use. Oral contraception is among the greatest advancements in women's health and reproductive rights, full stop. It's used by over 150 million women worldwide and by most women at some point in their lives. And they have incredible benefits. They allow women to control even when they have children and manage conditions like painful or heavy periods and premenstrual mood disorders. But like almost any other pharmaceutical product, they're not a magic bullet. And while OCs have come a very long way in terms of tolerability since they were first developed back in the 60s, modern day OC use still carries some increased risk of health and other neuropsychiatric problems in some women, namely blood clots, hypertension, stroke, and things like depression and anxiety. And despite these known risks and individual variation in medication response, we still don't know much about exactly how these medications impact both the brain and body. Especially in light of recent political attacks on reproductive rights and funding related to women's health, research into these effects is more important than ever. While findings in this area are mixed and we need much more evidence, neuropsychological research in recent decades suggests that OC use modulates various aspects of cognition, including memory, attention, and emotional processing. And these effects may be related to structural and functional changes in underlying neural circuitry. And this is not a total surprise. We would expect OCs to have some effect in the central nervous system because of their mechanism of action. OCs contain exogenous or synthetic hormones, which interfere with signaling between the brain and the ovaries, inhibiting ovulation and leading to chronically suppressed levels of endogenous hormones, or estradiol and progesterone, that your body produces naturally. Given the various health effects and neurocognitive changes that may be associated with OC use, it's clear that manipulating the endocrine system in this way has broad effects far beyond the reproductive tract and inherently involves the brain. Despite this, cognitive neuroscience has historically overlooked the impact of OCs. That is, until recently, thanks to pioneering work from our group and others. From some of the dead sampling work in our lab, we've demonstrated that hormonal fluctuations both across the menstrual cycle and in response to OC use modulate various aspects of brain structure and function. For example, estradiol, which peaks around the time of ovulation, modulates functional coherence of key neurocognitive networks across the cycle. Whereas progesterone is linked with medial temporal lobe volume across the cycle. And this effect is abolished during OC use when progesterone is suppressed. Emerging unpublished work in our lab suggests that OC use may also be linked with regional and global changes in cortical and subcortical gray matter volume. So while we're beginning to understand the impacts of OCs on the brain, the underlying mechanisms are still very much a mystery. One approach that we can take to investigating the biological pathways and mechanisms by which OC use may impact the brain is to evaluate the effect on the proteome. The proteome refers to the full set of proteins expressed in the human body. Proteins are expressed by virtually all tissue types, and they're essential for all biological processes in humans. And we can measure the proteome in various biofluids, for example, blood or cerebrospinal fluid, and use different assay techniques to quantify many proteins at once. This makes proteomics a very powerful tool for learning about both human health and disease. For example, proteomics is already driving very important advances in understanding of Alzheimer's and other conditions, among many other health conditions. And just to highlight the power of proteomics, it lies really in its ability to sort of capture the whole system at once rather than just targeted biomarkers in isolation. In fact, to date, a handful, 4 to my knowledge, studies have begun to investigate the impact of OC use on the proteome. In population-based data, we see that OC use emerges as the most significant predictor of the proteome. And in cross-sectional designs, proteomic profiles of users differ significantly from profiles of non-users. In at least one small-scale RCT, OC use induced substantial changes in the proteome. And across these small number of studies, we see that a consistent set of biological systems seems to be altered by OC use. For example, those related to immune function, metabolism, and cardiovascular health. And while these important initial studies offer us some insight into the broad biological systems, very little is known about how OCs impact specific neuroendocrine pathways. So to briefly summarize, we have emerging evidence that OC use in humans has a profound effect on the proteome and may also confer effects in the brain. But there are many outstanding questions, including, can we detect OC-related proteomic shifts at the individual level? How are specific molecular and cellular pathways impacted? What is the unique time course and influence of cyclic sex hormone fluctuations on the proteome? And ultimately, we hope to use proteomics to uncover biological drivers of changes that we're seeing at the neural level. So to begin to address these questions, our lab has been the first to collect daily measurements of the proteome along with sex hormones and MRI brain scans. We conducted a set of paired experiments in a single, healthy, naturally cycling female. This was led, some of you may be familiar, by a former grad student in the lab, Laura. Big shout out to her for this incredibly rich data set. So she underwent daily testing for 30 days across a complete menstrual cycle in study 1. She then began an oral contraceptive regime, which was a common formulation containing both synthetic estrogen and progesterone, 21 days of active hormone, and 7 days of placebo. After being on the pill for 10 months, she repeated the study protocol, having daily measurements across a 30-day pill cycle. And to assess the proteome, our lab has used the SomaScan 11K assay. This is a really exciting, high throughput, cutting edge technology that uses a highly sensitive aptamer-based technique to quantify nearly 11,000 proteins in a single shot from a very small sample of serum. So in this case, less than a milliliter. And this assay is unprecedented in scope, covering about half of the genetically encoded human proteome. Of note, prior studies assessing the impact of OCs on the proteome quantified dozens or at most a few thousand proteins, leaving much of the proteome unmapped. So this 11K panel allows us to be much more comprehensive and cover much more biology. So first, I ran some simple t-tests to understand the effects of OC on the proteome at a high level, comparing average protein levels across each 30-day cycle. At a corrected threshold, over 9,000 proteins, or 84% of the proteome, were significantly impacted by OC use. The volcano plot here is showing you FDR-adjusted significance versus magnitude of change for each protein in the 11K panel. So each dot represents an individual protein in the assay. And I'm showing you the names of a few of the most impacted proteins here. For example, OC use led to a 612% increase in pregnancy zone protein, which is important in regulating immune function even in non-pregnant individuals. Similarly, OC use led to a 99% or almost complete reduction of plasma serine protease inhibitor, which is a critical regulator of blood coagulation. So clearly, this type of medication induces a massive biological shift that we can detect in a single person with repeated samples over time. So next, I ran a pathway enrichment analysis using a web-based tool called gProfiler to identify biological pathways that are impacted by OC use. Of note, a total of 167 biological functions were enriched among proteins that were upregulated during OC use. So I'm just showing you a representative subset here. Upregulated proteins were enriched for processes related to cell signaling and survival, immune function, metabolism, and neuronal function. In contrast, only one biological pathway was enriched among proteins downregulated on OC, and this was neuroactive ligand receptor interaction pathway, which modulates how neurotransmitters and hormones interact with neurons. Of note, the broad biological processes that we're seeing listed here are highly consistent with prior research, but this 11K expanded panel, together with our precision data set, has allowed us to detect far more specific signaling pathways. Further, in these studies, we found that hormonal fluctuations were altered by OC use, as expected. So briefly, across the 30 days in study 1, we saw canonical trajectories of hormone concentrations across the menstrual cycle, whereas during OC use, the most notable effect was on progesterone, which was suppressed by 97% on average. And although on a much smaller scale, we still did see some fluctuation in progesterone across that OC cycle. Next, I wanted to examine how the proteome responds to these altered endocrine rhythms. So I used generalized additive models to flexibly model the trajectories of each hormone and protein across each 30-day cycle. I then examined correlations between hormone and protein trajectories. I found that overall, the vast majority of proteins in the assay did share a cycle-dependent trajectory with either estradiol or progesterone, suggesting that indeed the proteome appears to be quite hormonally responsive. Further, I found that distinct groups of proteins co-fluctuate with sex hormones in each study or condition. And I'll show you the names of a few trajectories of representative proteins here. So cystatin F and B lymphocyte chemoattractant fluctuated closely in step with estradiol and progesterone, respectively, across the natural cycle. Whereas neutrophil defensin 3 and beta-2 microglobulin share trajectories with estradiol and progesterone across the OC cycle, respectively. Interestingly, all 4 of these proteins that show tight coupling with sex hormones have important immune functions and play significant roles in modulating neuronal function and morphology. So to summarize, we've begun to identify that in a single densely sampled female, disruption of typical endocrine rhythms induced by OCUs has a sweeping effect on the proteome and alters a wide range of biological pathways, many of which are critically important for neuronal survival and function. We also know that endocrine rhythms are related to dynamic changes in brain structure and function. However, the relationship between these shifts in the proteome and the brain remains an outstanding question. To begin to address this gap, I'm exploring the relationships between brain and proteomic changes following OCUs. Here in these paired studies, we found that total gray matter volume was significantly reduced during OCUs. By about 0.66% on average. For context, this is quite similar in magnitude to what we've seen in terms of diurnal fluctuations in gray matter volume, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. We don't yet quite know the functional correlates of this, and I'll remind you this participant is perfectly healthy. At a corrected threshold, 63% or over 6,000 proteins significantly were related to gray matter volume across both studies. And again, I've plotted a few proteins here as examples that are showing the strongest correlations with gray matter volume. For example, this platelet-derived growth factor receptor protein, which is increased on OC and linked to lower gray matter volume. This protein is released in response to tissue damage and inflammation in the brain. E3 ubiquitin ligase is decreased on OC and linked with higher gray matter volume. And this protein is involved in regulating neurogenesis and neurovascular functions. So as we're discovering, this rich data set is allowing us to begin to identify specific molecules and signaling pathways that may be involved in modulating brain structure, which I think is really exciting. Ultimately, with this work, we hope to identify proteomic signatures of OC-related changes in memory, attention, and mood symptoms. So as some next steps, we can begin to look at this in our existing data. We do have daily reports of mood and cognitive measures, but really answering these kinds of complicated questions is going to require a lot of continued research. So using well-powered cross-sectional designs and more longitudinal work in expanded samples. To conclude, protected access to and safe informed use of oral contraceptives is absolutely essential to women's health and reproductive justice. And we all deserve to know better how they impact our brains, bodies, and long-term health. Novel approaches using high-throughput proteomics and precision neuroimaging provides new insights into complex pathways and time courses of OC-related neurobiological change. And the ultimate motivation for this work is to advance understanding of neuropsychiatric and health risks and to move a little bit closer to sort of precision medicine approach to OC use. Thank you to my wonderful advisor, Emily Jacobs, and the rest of my mentorship team for their invaluable guidance on this project, and to my lab mates who made all of this work possible and have supported me as I've navigated my first 2 years as a grad student. Also, shout out to my wonderful family and friends back home in Michigan and my husband who keeps me going.
Now open the floor to any questions for Alessandra.
So, with these huge changes, right, or differences between people who are or not on OC, I mean, are there any sort of known sort of medical, impacts on, medical differences between women who have been on OC for a long time in their lives versus those who haven't? I mean, you would expect that there'd be some some effects down the line. Do we know about anything like that?
Not yet, in terms of how, proteomic signatures might map onto some of those OC-related health risks. I hope we'll get there one day.
But there are known OC related health risks?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's not across the board. That is
Yeah.
just for some women. And I think, it's very nuanced and depends a lot on individual biology as well as the particular formulation and dose of the OC. But yeah, I showed a graphic on the first slide. It's really hard to see. It's kind of small. But there are a wide range of things. A lot of it is sort of vascular. So hypertension, risk of blood clots, even some increased risk of stroke in some women, migraine, mood problems. There's my fix.
Given how there's not a lot of research already in the field, I was wondering if there was any indication of other forms of birth control outside of oral contraceptives on the proteomic measures.
I'm sure there's some impact, but no data. Maybe we'll collect that.
As someone who hasn't taken oral contraceptives in some time, but am going through menopause, so I'm on other forms of estrogen. I actually found it really, really interesting that you had the effects on PI3K, AKT signaling. This is all stuff that my lab does. But I think it's really interesting because these are cancer-related molecules as well. And we know that estrogen can regulate for better or for worse, depending on what time in your life you're messing around with it, different forms of cancer. And I didn't know if you guys had thought about, I mean, it's the start of this sort of research, but I'm wondering how that might relate to cancers, brain cancers, and potential also just general neuronal survival.
Yeah, excellent question. I'm by no means an expert on those particular pathways. I was warned you might mention that. Yeah, but I think, this work is just emerging and hopefully with continued data, we'll get more, usable insights into health and clinical applications.
But they do regulate reinforcement and mood and all of that as well, independent of cancer and stuff. So
yeah, it's
we
quite
really need to
complicated.
link those up to those different moods.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there other data in the literature about how the protein profile varies across natural cycles? Because, I mean, if there's natural variability anyway, you're attributing the differences to the oral contraceptives, but, could we use something else as a baseline to say this is much different than how two natural cycles would differ in the same?
Yeah, in terms of the menstrual cycle, no other, substantial data that I could find. In terms of other biological rhythms, there's some data showing that the proteome fluctuates even just in a circadian rhythm. It responds to like feeding cycles and sleep-wake cycles. There's also some research showing modulation of the proteome across pregnancy and across aging. It's kind of difficult to have a scale as to how that compares with changes related to the menstrual cycle or ORC use because this 11K panel has not been used a whole lot yet. So the prior proteomic studies are in a limited number of proteins. But yeah, this particular percentage of proteins being impacted across the cycle is the greatest number that I've seen in terms of other papers.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. All right. Without further ado, thanks. Please join me in having a bomb. Next, We have Lily Turkstra from the Bionic Vision Lab, whose leader is Dr. Michael Baylor, and she will be presenting her research on working memory in the early visual cortex of a blind human. Lily is a true Renaissance woman, a florist, a musician, and a researcher at NASA. Oh yes, we have another one. This cohort is basically the Space Force at this point. She grew up wanting to be a florist, and she said it's not just because of her name, but I think it's because she has the ability to see beauty in the most mundane little things. And one conversation with her will show you exactly what I mean. Her floral arrangements are wildly creative. We're talking flowers coming out of band-aids, of all things. Only Lily could turn a band-aid into high art, or a turtle into a coworker. She's a former turtle wrangler, which she felt inclined to clarify was, and I quote, in a good way, I promise. Her creativity truly blooms in every direction, from the lab to the flower shop, and let's just say she brings a whole new meaning to STEM and STEMs. Everyone, please join me in welcoming my dear friend Lily to the podium.
Should have worn quieter shoes today.
Okay, Taylor. Thanks everyone for being here. Today I'm excited to talk to you all about our research into the neural correlates of working memory in the early visual cortex of a blind human. If you were at PSS, this might be a little similar, but I hope you still like it. So, since we definitely don't have any working memory experts here in the audience, I'll start with the beginning. Working memory refers to one's ability to actively maintain and manipulate information for brief periods of time. This cognitive process is critical to a wide variety of essential cognitive functions and daily activities, whether that be making your next chess move or remembering your friend's favorite pizza toppings, all the way to navigating safely in traffic and to healthcare professionals performing their next procedure. From its applications in day-to-day life to implications in health and disease, understanding more about working memory at the neural level has been a prominent research goal for decades. Research suggests that spiking level neural activity during periods of delay, so when items are being held and maintained in working memory, are associated with working memory. For example, when a stimulus is presented, there will likely be increased neural activity during this presentation. Once the stimulus is gone, neurons will spike, but at a lower rate than during stimulus presentation, but higher than baseline. Coordinated bursts of spiking activity across local populations of neurons may help to actively maintain a stimulus across this period of delay. Interestingly, and I think pretty cool, this spiking activity can have unique patterns for each item being held in working memory, and these patterns are often decodable by machine learning classifiers. So, spiking activity associated with working memory has been identified all across the cortex, including in sensory regions which were previously not thought to be too relevant to working memory. The recruitment of these sensory regions for maintenance in these tasks associated with the percept or the information that they're processing is referred to as sensory recruitment theory. So therefore, spiking activity in these sensory regions should ideally, hopefully, contain decodable information about the maintained stimulus. Currently, and in the past, non-invasive methods for human recording show extensive evidence for this stimulus-selective delay period activity across brain regions in areas such as the visual, parietal, and frontal regions. From intracranial recordings, gathering spiking level activity from primates, there is some mixed evidence for this stimulus-selective spiking activity across delay periods. It's a bit of a mouthful. Yet, recent research provides increased support and evidence for sensory recruitment, specifically in the primary visual cortex. So, as we're typically limited to non-invasive recording methods in humans, there are currently no studies that explore the spiking level neural activity in the human visual cortex. The extent to which this research in primates may generalize to sighted individuals or blind individuals is unknown, as is the role that the primary visual cortex plays in working memory. The goal of this research presented today is to address these challenges in order to learn more about these correlates of working memory. So, our main goal,
How can we address these challenges in order to learn more about the spiking level neural correlates of working memory in the human primary visual cortex? Obviously, through cortical visual prosthesis. The main goal of these devices is typically to restore some form of useful vision to those who have lost their sight through electrical stimulation. The device implanted in our participant was a Utah array consisting of 96 stimulating electrodes implanted in V1. And when each electrode is activated, it could produce a visual percept or phosphene in the field of view of the user. Aside from vision restoration, these devices can also record local neural activity, and this can be done while the user completes behavioral tasks, which offers a really interesting, rare, and unique view into human V1 activity during these cognitive processes. So, our participant was a 28-year-old male who had been totally blind for 2 years due to an injury. He was implanted with this visual prosthetic in V1. And in this prosthetic, we chose to work with 3 electrodes, labeled as 38, 48, and 58 on the electrode array, each of which produced a phosphene that was distinct from each other when electrically stimulated. Each of these phosphenes were reliable and consistent, and interestingly, I think pretty fun, our participant affectionately called these 3 phosphenes normal, as described as a larger green circle, half moon, a yellowish green crescent, and mini, 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 which is a small but very bright greenish white circle, as shown by these simulated images. So, to get further at our research question, we recorded neural activity from the prosthesis while our participant completed a delayed match to sample task. Prior to each session, we recorded spontaneous neural activity via the prosthesis, and within the task itself, each trial lasted 7 seconds in total. We refer to the first second prior to stimulation as the pre-cue period. At 1 second, we would electrically stimulate for 170 milliseconds to elicit one of these 3 phosphenes mentioned earlier. This we call the cue. We refer to the second, this second following the stimulation period as the stimulation period. And in this period, any electrical activity still associated with the stimulus should hopefully dissipate in time for the delay period of 5 seconds, in which we would hope that this working memory would happen, where the participant is maintaining this phosphene or the idea of it in their working memory. The participant was then stimulated with a second phosphene, which we call the probe, again for 170 milliseconds. And then, based on whichever phosphene was presented, they would respond to the button press if the first phosphene and the second phosphene were the same or different. A separate control experiment was also conducted, which we gathered 90 trials, where the participant was only stimulated 1 time, so 1 cue, and they saw one phosphene, and they then were just told to relax, that there was no task, and we recorded neural activity during that time. In total, we collected 453 trials across 13 recording sessions, 6 different days, and in 2 different months. So, from the raw neural activity that was recorded by the prosthesis, we extract the multi-unit spiking activity envelope, which is also referred to as MUA. This refers to a smooth metric of average power in the spiking frequency band. This measures local spiking activity around each electrode and is often used in many BCI applications. Shown here is an example of what MUA looks like throughout a trial of our experiment. You see that these big spikes occur with the stimulation, and then shortly after, around 200 to 300 milliseconds after the stimulation, the neural activity returns back to baseline. We also filtered the MUA to remove any artifacts such as blinks or jaw movements from data. After extracting and filtering our MUA, we could then visualize the activity across each individual period of the task: pre-cue, stimulation, delay, and also spontaneous. Despite similar mean levels of activity between delay and pre-cue periods, the patterns of activity across electrodes were significantly different during each period. Despite day-to-day variability in neural activity firing, our participant reported relatively stable perceptions of phosphenes. He also reported the task being fairly easy and achieved typically a 90% accuracy across days. And these numbers are
also what we expect to see based on previous research in primates and humans. We then attempted to decode from the spiking activity which phosphene was being held in working memory using a sliding window classifier. This classifier was used to predict from the neural activity which stimulating electrode Q was being presented to the participant, and only the trials in which the participant was correct, where their memory was working, were included in this analysis. We used a linear support vector classifier on the mean channel activity in each time window for this analysis. In this sliding window plot, the x-axis refers to time. The blue line is the accuracy of the classifier, and the dotted line refers to chance at 33% because of the 3 phosphines included in the test. During the pre-Q period, before the shaded bar, the accuracy remains at chance. Then, once the stimulation period starts to enter the 500 millisecond window, the accuracy jumps almost to 100%. After this, accuracy then fades into the beginning of the delay period, where we'd expect working memory to be happening, where it stably remains above chance at an accuracy of about 42%. From a permutation test, we find that 100% of the windows in the delay period are significant and have a decoding accuracy of significantly higher than chance across this period. These findings present strong evidence not only for sustained spiking activity in V1 across the delay period, but also for spiking activity that contains patterns that are unique enough to each stimulating electrode Q, such that each is decodable from the neural activity across the entire delay period via classification of these distinct patterns. So to verify these results, we first looked at the trials that the participant got incorrect. Despite a small trial count, we do see that when applying the same classifier that we use for the correct trials, there's not really much of an accuracy. It's in fact a tiny bit lower than chance. This suggests a lack of spiking activity associated with the presented Q. When applying the classifier, the same one, to our control data, we also see that it still doesn't work very well. This suggests, again, a lack of sustained and decodable spiking activity when the participant was not performing the working memory task, further bolstering our results. An important aspect of this research to hold in your working memory is to remember that we are recording from the V1 of a blind individual, and it's unclear at the moment how this may limit generalization to sighted individuals. Though our participant had only been blind for 2 years, again, it's still unclear how these results may generalize. We also, of course, have a small sample size of 1 and a low trial count compared to previous research in primates. And this is also due to the nature of the clinical trial. So I think, yeah, there's only a few of these participants. So next, we'd like to further characterize how different stimuli modulate neuronal activity during working memory maintenance periods, and also just replicate this in more participants. In conclusion, these novel results present evidence for sustained spiking activity in the human primary visual cortex across delay periods. Each stimulating electrode had unique and decodable neural activity across the delay period, aligning with existing theories of neural activity during working memory maintenance. Our findings also align with previous research in both primates and humans. Overall, our findings provide evidence towards the distributed nature of working memory and also provide further evidence towards this theory of sensory recruitment. Beyond this, our findings may provide groundwork for further research into the fundamental physiological processes underlying working memory in V1. These results may also be applied to enhance the next generation of visual prostheses through improved integration with ongoing cognitive processes. I'd like to thank all of our collaborators. This research would not be possible without the hard work of many individuals. I'd like to first acknowledge the dedication of our participant, as well as the support and collaboration, and to thank my lab, especially Michael Baylor, Jacob Granley, and Hannah Stone, as well as Tommy Sprague for their invaluable contributions. I'm happy to take any questions. Do we have any questions for Lily?
Hi, Lily. Great talk. Really cool. even though this is my second time seeing it. So I wonder, for future direction, have you guys think about asking participants, especially people who's blind later because of accidents or disease, if you ask them to picture like memories or like episodic memory, what level of information would be decodable in V1, right? Yeah, just general questions.
Yeah, that's a really great point and actually really aligns with what we've previously done. We did a mental imagery task in a different patient as well as in this patient, where we had them see one of these three phosphines and then just kind of think about it really hard and image it. And we see that there's also similar activity across the delay period, but different from the control task where they were not having this sort of task. So we'll need to do further research to see how this carries over and applies to other individuals, but you're spot on that it might have a similar
because more complicated imagery or working memory might render different level of activity.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great point.
Thank you. Hi, great talk. Okay, this might just be me not really knowing anything, but why did you choose to have like 96 probes in V1, but you only ended up using 3 to probe V1? So why did you choose to implement so many and then not use them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the array in its nature has 96 channels, and because of individual differences and variabilities in day-to-day firing, some of the phosphines produced by the individual electrodes aren't really consistent across days. And so because we were doing this task across the period of time the participant was implanted, we wanted to make sure to use like the most stable electrodes that produce the most reliable phosphines. And so ideally we'd be getting at the same neural signatures across sessions.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Of course, yeah.
Would you have to figure that out once you implemented that or implanted it, which probes that you were going to use?
Yeah, definitely. And so right after the implantation period, a lot of the phosphines do change over time when the participant is implanted, whether that be through scarring or just learning or whatever that is. So definitely you'd have to check that out once they're implanted.
Oh, this is also, excuse me, me not knowing too much about this, but so obviously it could be a follow-up to that question. The limitation is that it's clinical data, so you can't have that many samples, right? Is there any way to like sort of like augment the data and kind of like make the classifier works better? I don't know about this, so I'm just curious about that. Like, yeah.
Do you mean to like simulate other patients or?
No, like within the data, is there any other ways you kind of like do a clever method to sort of expand the data or something like that?
I'm not sure if there's a way in which we could expand the data because it's also variable and the activity patterns are associated with each of these electrodes. And so in decoding them, we want to make sure that they're different enough that the classifier could pick up on them. But with recording more trials, probably we could see more, but also we've tried several different types of classifiers and they do have varying levels of accuracy. So great point.
Thank you.
Lily, so thanks, great talk. It's a really interesting opportunity to get access to these kinds of data in these patients. The question I have for you is really about the stability of the phosphines and how the decoding of them changes over time. So for example, have you looked at, trial by trial variation in the quality of the percept and the subjective ratings of those and how the classifiers change based on that perception? And then how do the classifiers change in their ability to generalize from day one to across days?
That's a great question. So as I mentioned, the phosphines definitely do or can at least vary across the period of implantation. And so it would be really interesting to do like a longitudinal study where you do like regimented data gathering every week or something like that to see how those change. But this data is gathered and averaged across all of the trials. And so we can see that the classifier is still able to decode them. However, you're correct in that there is variability. And we see that when there is fluctuations in the activity, whether that be through artifacts or in the incorrect trials when he either couldn't see the phosphine or it was maybe harder to see or something like that, there is a significant dip in decoding accuracy. What was your second question? I'm sorry.
The second one was just about the generalization over time.
I think we'd have to see in more data what it looks like, but I'm really interested to see what that looks like as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily. All right, please welcome our final speaker for MiniCon, Shannon Lopez. Shannon is a member of the Behavioral and Neurogenetics Lab under the supervision of Dr. Karen Zielinski, and she utilizes animal models to study changes related to substance use disorders. Shannon has been the recipient of several awards, including the UCSB Regents Fellowship and the Carl Storm Underrepresented Minority Fellowship. Shannon grew up in the Inland Empire, aka the IE. When she wasn't conjuring up mischief with her siblings, she spent time camping, hiking, and flying kites. But most importantly, her favorite thing to do is whitewater rafting. She's rafted many times, and once she passes qualifying exams, she plans to raft the Colorado River to take just a little bit of the edge off. Because nothing says I survived academia like surviving actual rapids. When she's not in the lab or out on the water, Shannon's living her best life. She's a proud member of Beyonce's Beehive and has seen Beyonce live 2 times on tour, Renaissance and Cowboy Carter. She has a love for an interesting combo, horror movies and baking, occasionally at the same time, and recently took up bird watching. So basically, she's prepared for anything, from a dinner party to apocalypse. To show you just how prepared she is, today she will be sharing with us how sex and the circadian cycle impacts the cross-sensitization between stress and alcohol in mice. Please put your hands together and welcome the brilliant Shannon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kayla, and thank you all for being here today as I present to you Poured Under Pressure, exploring the behavioral effects of stress and alcohol use. Currently, in the United States, about 30 million people ages 12 and older reported having an alcohol use disorder, which is characterized as a loss of control over drinking, preoccupation with drinking, continued use despite negative consequences in various parts of people's lives, along with tolerance, craving, and withdrawal symptoms. Additionally, AUD is associated with other serious health risks. Additionally, AUDs have a high comorbidity rate with all affective disorders. And the presence of psychiatric comorbidity is related to the severity of alcohol dependence. Alcohol dependence is related to psychiatric disorders characterized by negative affect. But in humans, it is difficult to disentangle the cause-effect relationship between AUDs and affective disorders in an experimentally controlled fashion. But fortunately for us, animal models are dispensable tools that have helped investigate AUD to better understand how humans may be affected. Considerable animal research has shown that repeated stress can increase AUD-related behaviors. So listed here are some studies that employed various stressors and the effect on alcohol intake. So we have foot shock, restraint stress, forced swim, social defeat, and isolated housing. Overall, there was an indication that a history of repeated stress can increase animal sensitivity to alcohol. In fact, we were all a part of an unpredictable stress-inducing cause-effect experiment known as the COVID-19 pandemic. And unsurprisingly, alcohol use increased during this time. Based on this graph here, we can see that individuals who had higher scores on the alcohol use disorder identification test had more problems, had an alcohol use disorder compared to those who were not on lockdown. And some stress-related drivers of drinking during this time included low income, living situation, and how socially connected people felt. In our lab, we utilize a model of repeated unpredictable mild stress in mice to study interactions of stress and alcohol. And previous work from our group found that male mice exposed to repeated stress shown here, and injected with a 2 gram per kilogram dose of alcohol exhibited higher levels of alcohol-induced locomotor activity relative to animals that were injected with alcohol alone or animals who were subjected to repeated stress alone. And thinking about this 2 gram per kilogram dose, you can think of it as your first drink at Wildcat for the night. So you get going on the dance floor. And thank you, Sophie, for that reference. So this is a phenomenon known as behavioral cross-sensitization, and even more so, the highly reproducible finding of stress alcohol behavioral cross-sensitization. Stress alcohol cross-sensitization is also observed for the sedative effects of alcohol. And as you can see here, male mice had a longer latency to right themselves when administered that 5 gram per kilogram dose. So when you're pretty much hit your limit at Wildcat now and you're slowing down. And as we can see in this blood alcohol concentration graph, this isn't due to differences in alcohol metabolism. While these data argue that a prior history of unpredictable stress increases behavioral sensitivity to alcohol, they were conducted in male mice only. But what about females? Which brings me to my next topic, AUD in women. Although men historically have had higher rates of AUD, the diagnosis of AUD in women has greatly increased over the past 10 years. Interacting psychosocial and biological processes may be associated with an increased vulnerability to AUD-related behaviors in women compared to men, and women seem to be drinking to regulate negative affect, including stress. Extensive research has shown that negative consequences of drinking in females appears accelerated or telescoped, particularly in relation to co-occurring psychopathology, such as generalized anxiety, depression, and neurodegeneration. Consistent with this, women have accelerated rates of liver injury, cancer, and stroke. Which brings us to my research question. Can we extend stress alcohol behavioral cross-sensitization to females? And I hypothesized that repeated unpredictable mild stress will increase behavioral sensitivity to alcohol, and the magnitude of stress alcohol cross-sensitization will be larger in females than males. To test this hypothesis, we employed 11 days of repeated unpredictable mild stress, or RUMS, procedures in the biology tube vivarium using adult female and male Swiss Webster mice. And as you can see by this table here, the procedures were random and at different parts of the day, so the animals wouldn't know what to expect. So starting off with aversive manipulations to living conditions, the animals were exposed to social isolation, bedding from stranger mice, damp bedding, also food and water deprivation, along with cage tilt or housing under the opposite circadian cycle. We also employed forced exposure to psychological stressors, including exposure to a brightly lit, inescapable arena, along with exposure to soiled rat bedding and tea tree oil. And I'd like to point out that the use of tea tree oil is a modification we made due to the biosecurity concerns of using bobcat urine that the previous study used. And tea tree oil was found to be aversive to mice based on previous studies from our group. And lastly, we also employed forced exposure to physiological stressors such as restraint stress, forced swim, and exposure to isoflurane. Now, moving on to my results. I first wanted to index general health, so I monitored for changes in body weight on day 1, day 7, and day 11 of the RUMS procedures. And as you can see here, female and male mice did not exhibit the normal increase in body weight that the control animals did. So you can see that in both. In females, though, the RUMS effect was apparent on the toward the middle of RUMS procedures, compared to males, where we can see that RUMS effect was apparent toward the end of procedures. Overall, these results suggest that females might be more sensitive to the effects of repeated stress compared to males. To test for locomotor cross-sensitization, mice were injected with 0, 1, or 2 grams per kilogram of alcohol and placed into an activity monitor for 15 minutes, where a video camera recorded the distance traveled. As expected, alcohol dose-dependently increased locomotor activity in both female and male mice, but there was no sex difference in the amount of alcohol-induced locomotor activity. Overall, RUMS procedures increased the locomotor response to both alcohol doses, and though it appeared that males might be more sensitive to the RUMS effect compared to females, no sex effect or sex by dose interactions were detected in the ANOVA we ran. As such, I collapsed the data across both dose and sex, and to illustrate that significant effect of RUMS on locomotor activity. From these data, I conclude that when conducted in the Biology 2 vivarium, our repeated stress procedures were sufficient to elicit a moderate increase in locomotor activity. Finally, to determine if the RUMS effect on locomotor activity extended to the sedative properties of alcohol, I injected the mice with a sedating dose of alcohol and conducted a regain of writing reflex study. For this, mice are placed in a supine position approximately 5 minutes following that 5 gram per kilogram dose of alcohol, and the time it takes for mice to flip over with all 4 paws on the ground is recorded. As you can see here, females took longer overall to right themselves compared to males, which is consistent with greater sensitivity to alcohol in females compared to males. However, as we can see here, the RUMS procedures in both females and males made the animals take longer to right compared to control animals, which shows that prior stress made the animals less sensitive to the sedative properties of alcohol. However, this finding is opposite to what was previously reported when our lab was located in the psychology building. Due to this, I was curious if the biochemical correlates of behavioral cross-sensitization might also be different in my study compared to the one previously conducted. And although alcohol socializes with many systems in the brain, we studied the glutamatergic system in my lab, and alcohol upregulates glutamate signaling in many areas of the brain, including the nucleus accumbens, which is the reward and motivation circuit. The nucleus accumbens is a part of the extended amygdala circuit, which also consists of the central nucleus of the amygdala and the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis. This circuit is where both alcohol and stress can induce biochemical adaptations. Additionally, these areas are well characterized to drive negative affective states, including stress and during alcohol withdrawal. As such, my studies focus primarily on the biochemical changes that occur within the extended amygdala circuit. Specifically, I'm interested in how cross-sensitization relates to changes in glutamate proteins and signaling molecules in this circuit, given that the data from our lab and many others indicated that alcohol upregulates glutamate signaling throughout the extended amygdala. My interest further extends to how stress interacts with alcohol to impact glutamate-related signaling within the extended amygdala circuit to also drive AUD-related behavior. Further, we know from prior work in our lab that stress-alcohol cross-sensitization relates to certain changes in the glutamate receptor scaffolding proteins like HOMR2. So I wondered what other glutamate-related signaling molecules are correlated with stress-alcohol behavioral cross-sensitization. Due to the prior indication that behavioral cross-sensitization relates to increased HOMR2 expression in the nucleus accumbens, I started there. So following the regain of writing reflex study, nucleus accumbens tissue was collected to conduct immunoplotting, which is a technique used to detect and analyze proteins in a sample of tissue. So first, the tissue is broken down, and then the proteins are separated through gel electrophoresis, and then transferred to a membrane where we obtain an image like this to analyze protein expression. Unfortunately, we did not see any significant differences in the HOMR protein expression along with other proteins and signaling molecules that have been implicated in AUD-related behaviors. However, this was also my first time immunoblotting, so that could be a potential limitation to why we didn't see anything. So, future plans. Based on my results, we can conclude that our RUMS procedures were sufficient to elicit stress alcohol locomotor activity, but the magnitude was less than that observed in our prior study. However, alcohol-induced sedation was reduced by our RUMS procedures. And while this finding is consistent with RUMS increasing the locomotor activating effects of alcohol in the present study, this result is in the opposite direction from our prior work. Additionally, there were no apparent sex differences in stress alcohol cross-sensitization, which suggests there's potentially similar neurobiology underpinning cross-sensitization in females and males. It is also unclear at the moment what might be driving this cross-sensitization because no overt protein correlates of stress alcohol cross-sensitization were detected in the nucleus accumbens. Based on these conclusions, it appears that laboratory location might influence our ability to detect changes in behavior and biochemical correlates when investigating stress and alcohol interactions. While stress alcohol cross-sensitization was replicable in the psychology building of the previous study, we know from recent stress and alcohol-related research from previous graduate students and my own results that behavioral outcomes reported in the psychology building do not necessarily replicate in the biology 2 building, where our lab is now located. And this could be due to loud noises from the cage wash and staff, along with food-related smells, or even the cadaver freezer that's located right across the hall from our behavior room. So, what's in store for the future? First, as it does appear that the laboratory location may impact the magnitude of cross-sensitization, we are considering replicating our study in the bioengineering vivarium, which is a quieter and less busy environment, similar to what we used to have in the psychology building. Also, I didn't bring this up earlier for the sake of simplicity, but the results I presented to you today are from mice that underwent RUMS procedures during their RUMS procedures and the behavioral testing during their inactive phase right here. While the previous study from our lab conducted RUMS procedures and behavioral testing during the inactive phase. So this may have impacted the size and directions of my results, and because of this, I'm in the process of replicating this study in mice during their inactive phase. Finally, a longer-term goal is to extend our findings to the key clinical feature of AUD, alcohol drinking. We know from prior work that RUMS procedures increases binge drinking in male mice, so I hope to examine for sex differences in the effects of stress on alcohol drinking and reinforcement, and relate these effects to changes in glutamate receptor signaling within the extended amygdala circuit. I'd like to acknowledge my advisor and my lab members for all their support, along with the NMB graduate students. You guys are amazing. And also my loved ones for their constant support. And I'll take your questions.
I can shout.
Sure.
This is a minor point, but it looked like for the writing reflex, you see a sex difference even in the control condition.
Mhm.
And it was maybe, I don't know if there's an additive effect under the alcohol exposure, but I'm just wondering if that was anticipated. Do you expect to see a sex difference? Yeah, in that. If you can
Yeah,
get that
so yeah, it does appear that maybe the females are, I mean, we thought they would be more sensitive, but sorry, let me rephrase that. They could be more sensitive to alcohol because in their inactive phase, active phase, they're more alert. So, I mean, this could be a sex difference, or it could be because normally they're awake during this time compared to other studies where they're asleep. So that could maybe be a difference.
follow-up question, are these unstaged females? Do you monitor their estrus cycle?
No, so actually that's a good point because it could be due to hormone fluctuations, which I would like to maybe look into to see if we see any differences with that. So thank you for bringing that up.
And just a plug, I know, Karen, you have your own staging procedure, but Nora Wolcott in the Gord Lab came up with EstrusNet published last year too. So if you do the histology, you have the vaginal swabs, you can run it through an ML and it'll classify it.
Oh, okay.
Better than your average
Oh,
human
wow.
tester. So if you wanted that.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. I appreciate that.
Question for the back from Ron. Hi, Shannon. Great talk.
Thanks, Ron.
I don't know much about the writing reflex, but what is the neural circuit that mediate that? I mean, you looked at some biological correlates in the accumbens, but my first guess would be more like brainstemmy and stuff. So what's the rationale for that?
Yeah, so we just have data right now from the nucleus accumbens. So I mean, we also have let's see, the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis that we're going to look at, the amygdala, but This is just looking at the previous study. They found that the increase in like the Homer-2 protein in the nucleus accumbens. So we were just trying to look and replicate at that same area for now. But yeah, as far as the nucleus accumbens and then relating to the regain of writing reflex, I think I'm not 100% sure. Maybe just, I mean, because we're just interested what would happen at the sedative point in the nucleus accumbens, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi Shannon, great talk. So a question about, again, about the writing procedure. So I noticed that your x-axis appears to be, or your y-axis appears to be in minutes. So it takes them like 2 hours to get back up. Are they unconscious from the alcohol? Are they just like not trying? Like what's happening?
So,
On your roommates.
so yeah, the test ends at 180 minutes. So yeah, that's where we cut it off. So the sedative dose of alcohol just basically knocks them out drunk, basically. So we just look them over and then we see how long it takes for them to just write themselves. And yeah, we just cap off the test at 180 minutes.
Sometimes.
All right, thank you so much, Shannon. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I'd like to extend a big heartfelt thank you to everyone for joining us today at MiniCon 2025. It's always so special to watch as our department comes together every year and us all get inspired by all these incredible and diverse research being done across all these areas. Over the past couple of hours, we've covered a remarkable range from learning about how the brain perceives threats, how we navigate under stress, and what may influence our political views, and yes, even the science behind choosing Freebirds or Wingstop for dinner. Let's give a big hand to the stars of our show, our second year presenter. I also want to give a huge shout out to folks in a third year cohort who went above and beyond to make this event so successful. Special love to the tech team who kept everything running very smoothly. You're the reason the speakers didn't have to mime their research, although I don't know, that might have been entertaining. And you're also the reason that their loved ones who can't join them in person today get to share in their joy and celebrations of their accomplishments. And lastly, a big thank you to our co-chairs, Cora and Beza, for their leadership and dedication, especially in wrangling everyone in our cohort. I know we have a massive one, so hats off for pulling it off. Yay. So I know there's a new Fantastic Four movie hitting theaters this summer, but around here we know the OG Fantastic Four is none other than Chris, Joe, Catherine, and Shane. From building the website and coordinating awards to getting us the gear we needed, as well as food, you're the real heroes behind the scenes. This event, and honestly, half of PBS would not run without you. So thank you so much. Lastly, to our faculty, thank you for your mentorship and your dedication. It's clear how much time and care went into guiding students through their research, and it's so wonderful that we're seeing all their final polished products today. Today is a reflection of all the hard work and all the support, and everyone should be really proud of how it clearly paid off. And finally, thank you all for being here, for your thoughtful energy, your questions, and for helping us sustain the PBS community. Thank you.